Hello, everyone. Getting us into the game, lickety split. It's no longer my birthday, so we can get rid of that. We are getting into GSL Code A. Starting off on Persephone for this first best of 3. In the top left, it is SOS. And on the bottom left, it is Cure. And I must have been playing. Alright, so TVP to start things off. Cure, one of the best TVPers. I think his peak was a while ago, but he's still pretty damn good at it. And we do need someone to sort of light the way, as some other Terran players are having a little bit of trouble versus Protoss. But to be fair, most of the Protoss aren't SOS. Now that's a good and a bad thing, I suppose. The good thing is that SOS is less likely to do something totally solid, macro, the thing that a lot of Terran players are suffering against right now, the kind of safe blink opener, 2-gate or 3-gate, into the third base, into the Colossus, into the push. That is what is currently a very troublesome point for some Terran players. SOS might do it, of course, because it is a perfectly typical fine way to play, but it is SOS, and when it comes to typical fine ways of playing, he tends to not like that so much. I mean, I don't think he's gonna proxy a Nexus, but maybe he will do some other stuff. Maybe he will bring out an old-fashioned 4-gate. Maybe he will do a 2-base storm charge. Maybe he will maybe even go like mass ground, like no Colossus, like some of the older styles. But I really couldn't tell you what he would do. Saw very little of him in the GSL qualifier. He actually got through, I'd say fairly quickly, and also off of a couple of PvPs, I believe. So we didn't really get to see a lot of this. You know, in PvP, he did play some old school styles. So that might be an indication that he will then do the same in other matchups, but I wouldn't automatically say that. So yeah, it's SOS, you know. Take the good with the bad. You take the wackiness with some of the good macro fundamentals, and you see what you get. But he did kind of, you know, not retire as in, hey, I'm retiring, but he did go to the military. He did come back, he did play, but then as far as his full-time status in StarCraft 2 goes, that has been on and off, at least as much as we can see. You know, if he's practicing on ladder 12 hours a day, we don't get to see that, but he does not perform in as many tournaments as these other guys, like Cure, for instance, and Cure doesn't even play in all of them, but still we see him more often. So that also has to be a factor here. At the end of the day, I do believe that Cure is favored. I think that even if SOS does the very standard thing and gets into a good position on 3 bases with a couple of Colossus, I don't think he'll be as good as the other Protosses we see when they get to that point. Or even up to that point, actually. Like, I guess I'm kind of doubting that he will even get up to a secure, lickety-split, saturated 3-base onto his technology, onto his upgrades. I'm guessing Cure will find some amount of damage before that. Not because Terrans typically do, which actually is kind of the problem. They haven't really been finding a lot of damage in any of these early game, you know, medevac drops or some cyclones or whatever. It hasn't been happening, but this is interesting. Those 3 gateways did come down really quickly, notably before the Robo. So you don't get a War Prism here, and also there's no Twilight Council. So he is just straight up 3-gating. That is very interesting. That is no blink, no upgrades, nothing beyond this. But here it comes. No bunker made. Cure's probably like, what the hell is this? It hits before even this 4-minute medevac here, which is really quite quick and would usually scout anything on 2 bases, honestly. Except this 3-gate. So it's not quite the old-fashioned 4-gate of old on 1 base, which pretty much sucks, but it does rely quite a bit on the surprise factor. And as far as that goes, it's not bad, but he didn't get up into the main base, and that's kind of what he needed to do. Also had to use his reinforcing warpins to defend against the medevac drop, which is still alive up in the corner. So far, it's an almost equal number of exchanges. Cyclone will go down, though. A little maybe overly aggressive there, but a tank is on the way as well as a Banshee. This is why Kier probably thought worst case scenario, he was going to lose a Cyclone, but only after successfully dealing a lot of damage and buying that time for some stronger units. And this might not be enough if we were facing, a 4-gate with Blink or a 4-gate with a Warp Prism, because then you can do some fancy footwork and take out a tank and a Banshee without Cloak, probably, if you had 6 Stalkers on the front lines, again, either with Blink or with a Warp Prism, kind of giving you a pseudo-Blink. But we don't have any of that. And at least one of the Warp-ins had to go back at home. Kira knows this, knows that there won't be a surplus of units in the natural, and felt really quite safe doing what he did to get his natural back up and running as fast as possible. Because I do imagine there are some other Terran players, probably not of Kira's caliber, but he's faced maybe on ladder, SOS that is, that would take that initial damage, miss micro the medevac to do no return damage, and then also be incredibly scared of the attack for the other, another 60 seconds at least. Especially because if they're not doing anything with a medevac, then maybe the Warpins will have to go back at home. I'm sure that has happened. This has snowballed. But in this case, Cure handled it like an absolute pro, which, he is. So, medevac is still alive. You kind of got the gist of what the build was, right? Just with everything combined together, you knew that it was a late technology build. So again, that fear that would usually come with okay, they did this, but then what about the next thing? That's not really there immediately. The next thing apparently is going to be a Warp Prism, but you got tanks positioned. You're going to get to a healthy number of Marines. It does look like he was a little afraid of either Blink as a follow-up, or a Warp Prism. Either way, this wall here ensures that if you dip in to attack the tank, or the tank's plural, you can't easily dip back out, right? So usually you blink in and then you walk away. You can't do that with the wall. But kind of the same with the Warp Prism, I guess, just in case the Warp Prism is being attacked. You would have to actually keep that there to bring any units back home. So the wall can be a downside in some situations, which is why you don't always do a wall as a Terran player. But in this case, I think it's very safe. A couple supply blocks I have noticed from Cure. His build has obviously been messed up to a certain degree, but we'll pretend we don't notice. Storm is on the way. Charge as well. SOS is going into, let's call it a 2-base charge Storm. Obviously, off the back of that 3 gates, it's a little bit different than what we saw Hero doing on the Monday Weekly, but getting the 3rd base as well. This is not something that Cure, I think, is quite aware of. Again, only thing he's seen is Twilight Council and the Robo, so that could be Blink, for sure, but we know that it's Charge. And he hasn't seen the Warpins either to say, okay, you don't have that many Stalkers. Cure, though, doesn't have to worry about it right now. He does have to worry about it eventually. He will not enjoy walking his army face first into prepared storms without any knowledge whatsoever. So that's a little concerning. It looks like he made sure to get the couple of Vikings because maybe he saw that a Warp Prism had popped out or guessed that it would. In this case, it is around. And actually, 2 Vikings would be something that you get against a Storm Warp Prism as well. Usually, it's a decision, as always, to get a certain number of medevacs before you get into a certain number of Vikings. But in this case, those 2 Vikings will actually have some, staying power. And, if they didn't go flying off... Wait, where the hell did they go? Okay. If they didn't go flying off, I thought I saw them fly to the north, and maybe they would have caught the Warp Prism, but they're going to catch it anyway, actually. There you go. I saw them fly off to the left, and I guess they did turn around, and SOS had no idea that Vikings would be made this early. Most of the time, you're going to get to 4 medevacs first before producing anything else, so can't really blame SOS, and he had already taken some damage, so the recall was not going to be timely. Proxy Pylon gets taken down. Cure is just cleaning up some loose ends, really, but taking out that Warp Prism without taking really any storm damage. So you got the Warp Prism and the 2 High Templars. Not the SOS follow-up. That SOS wanted. Nope. 4th base is on the way for him at the very least, but it's going to take a while before the economy is going to kick in, and Cure has remained untouched since that very beginning. He did lose some SCVs, but he dealt equivalent damage, and I think he does still have to worry a little bit about storms, but that's a big Terran army. A couple of Banshees as well are going to target down the High Templars. There is a significant lack of Blink Stalkers here, or, well, not Blink, so Stalkers here, and it's because of the opener, right? You don't want to make Stalkers if you're trying to go into Charge Storm. So the Banshees have this weird moment where they're better than they usually are in the mid-game, Raven also with an anti-armor missile can help out a lot against what you know is going to be a surplus of charge lots, but without an armor upgrade, so they're already a little vulnerable anyway. This isn't the first time we've seen a Pros player go attack over armor, even while doing this composition, but that is, I mean, the trade-off is now these Zealots aren't as tanky, and they're especially not tanky if they get anti-armor missiled. Even an auto turret does help because it has such high threat. Zealots will go ahead and just swarm over the auto turret before it does anything else. This is a wonderful setup. The only thing missing for Cure are a couple of energized medevacs. As you can see, there are no more medevacs aside from those two, and they are out of juice. I think a Banshee just got dragged into the fight, but War Prism is setting up a little bit of a run by. I do like when Protoss players remake that War Prism. Cure, though, I mean, he doesn't even know about it, but he's also not, you know, he doesn't have to be worried about it. Like, his army is pulling back at such a amazing time. The Zealots really shouldn't do that much damage. Another benefit to going for a wall here, yeah, is that occasionally it can help you against these Zealot run-bys. Although you can see, not often, because you're not paying attention to raise the depots. The Ghosts will not be able to take care of it on their own. Yeah, a couple of units are left behind. Cure doesn't really want to let up on SOS. You know, withdrawing and collecting yourself, particularly when you are out of medevac energy, probably a wise move. And probably knowing that there would be some type of Zealot run by to try and interfere with them. He's going to make sure that all his ducks are in a row, but he's still going to be maxed out with some good upgrades against an opponent who is still reliant on Storm. That second Colossus is almost out, so we're getting to something a little more dependable, but with EMPs being out and numerous, the Storms, theoretically, they won't even happen. And then the Colossus are dependable, but we know what a fully maxed out Terran army can look like against even a fully maxed out Protoss one. As the Protoss army, if it gets concave, it gets surrounded, it actually does not hold up to it. There has to be a little more back and forth on the Protoss side. Or you have to have some really good positioning, like, again, not being surrounded. Linear Colossus, if you use this choke, where the hell is the Colossus, by the way? I know he has one Colossus, but it is, it's lazy. Okay, the rounded one is the one that's coming over here. Two Colossus would have been very helpful on the front lines. Fortunately, those EMPs did not take out every last Storm. That might keep SOS alive, or maybe not. It probably would have if both Colossus were brought over here as fast as possible. The first Colossus should have been here from the very beginning. And yeah, maybe it gets targeted by the tanks probably, but it's still something to add on here. And considering how little Cure is left over with, I do wonder how much that could have impacted the fight. Second Colossus once again coming in, but we're just running out of fodder units. The tanks have been taken out, which means the Colossus can try and abuse the range, but actually the Vikings are still around, so they're taking them out anyway. And there is nothing on the ground to protect them. So Cure, he is going to take the 1-0. SOS trying something a little bit different with that opener. That's nice, but it really didn't look that important. You know, like SOS surprised Cure for sure. And Cure handled it like it was a simple thing. Game 2 here on Tokamak. In the bottom left, it is SOS. In the top right, it is Cure. Cure showing his comfortability in the matchup. Is really the handling of that first attack. It just screamed comfortable and confident to me. From the cool-headedness to just let that natural go for a couple of seconds, make sure your main didn't get breached, to controlling your and microing your medevac on the other side, and then the confidence to bust down the ramp, which wasn't really a bust, you know, there wasn't that many units, but still, to actually go down the ramp and take your natural back really as soon as possible. Because if you do wait an extra 30 seconds, it's still a lot in terms of pro gamer time. And I'm sure there are, again, as I said, I'm sure there's tons of other Terrans on the ladder that probably waited even longer than that to actually take their natural back. And all they're thinking is, well, at least I didn't take any more damage. But that time where the natural doesn't get back up and running and saturated, or you're not producing 2 SCVs at a time, or you're not, you know, you're mule dropping your main and it's getting mined out faster, blah, 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 is time that SOS is trying to take to get that higher technology, as well as to get his own economy up. And again, 30 seconds is such a big deal when it comes to that. There's a lot you can fit in if you think that you have the time. It's almost like the Zerg idea. Of course, Protoss don't have larva, where they can just simply choose to use 10 larva to use as drones, but it can be somewhat of a similar idea for any race, actually, which is just how long can I get away with a bit of greed when they're not attacking me or they're recovering from an attack that I did. And SOS was, I think, actually doing an admirable job of trying to kind of recover from that opener, because I don't think it favored him at the end of the day. Not with the super delayed technology and the delayed economy, even though he did delay cures a little bit. He took that probe damage as well. But anyway, SOS going to try something a little bit different. I enjoyed the idea of it because it was such an odd attack to see. You know, Cure wasn't going for a lot of scouting prior to that medevac, because generally you don't have to. You know, if a Reaper is made and it runs around, then it could pick up on all the signs that this is a 3-gate, no technology, of course. But if you are successfully able to wall it off your main base, then it's less likely to do that. And then all it sees is actually kind of a typical setup, although maybe a bit faster on those gateways. And it just misses, you know, the lack of Twilight Council and Robo. Or you just don't go for a Reaper, you know, and if that happens, well then yeah, you're just going to not be scouted at all. And it's such a surprising timing, because for the Terran side of things, you know, to skip that Reaper can be seen as totally okay, because those early game attacks, which by the way SOS is doing again here, they don't happen that often. Now, they might not happen that often because they're not good, but whatever. But they really don't happen that often. And so what you're usually scared of, if you are believing that your opponent is going to take a natural, which most people do nowadays, what you're really worried about is more like after 4.5 minutes or 5 minutes. And then your, you know, factory expand medevac drop is going to see whatever's happening there for sure. Even your 2-base medevac drop is going to come in around 5 minutes and see, for instance, a 2-base Dark Shrine. But these attacks that SOS are doing are basically abusing Cure, not going for a Reaper, not going for an SCV Scout. Not that an SCV Scout, again, would be able to scout exactly this, but and just, you know, depending on a little bit later of an attack to also get that scouting. These Hellions are going to see, again, a pretty typical setup on the front. This could very much look like it's a 2-gate expand build, if the Hellions even bother to check, which, by the way, they aren't. Too bad, too, because if they really wanted to do something useful, they could be patrolling around other places. Proxy Robo 3-gate... No, yeah, 3-gate with 3rd gate on the way, is very, very dedicated, but it has so much more killing potential, I think, than the last build that we saw. So that's a trade-off, right? I mean, but if it works, it works. It works pretty damn well. And it does look like it's kind of working. Already busting open the main base. Widowmine drop is a little scary. SOS nearly lost more probes than he should have. Medevac getting injured by its own Widowmine is less than ideal. Curious trying to calmly respond to this, but he's also trying to get as much damage as possible with the Widowmine. Stalkers are an okay grab usually, but in this case, I mean, maybe he needed to actually grab those 10+ probes and stop SOS from being able to reinforce. Once again, we got a Banshee that is surprisingly useful. There are just not that many units here for SOS, so 1 Banshee in the sky against 2 things that can attack up. Now 1 thing that is basically dead. That is very, very useful. Cure going for this starport technology most of the time, not to defend, right? But to be a little bit of a surprise to the Protoss player, actually, because it's not usually this common to see a Banshee. But he also might have planned to go for a Raven and then just realized what was up and then got a Banshee, which makes a lot of sense. And then he might still get a Raven if this was to be over and done with, but as it is a proxy Robo, you really have to be careful in assuming that they're going to give up on the attack. Total damage done. 10 SCVs were killed, a Cyclone, the Widowmines, obviously, and the Hellions. But 2 Immortals also went down and 5 probes, too. I mean, this is totally recoverable for Cure, as he has gotten his 2 bases up. His medevac even is able to return home. He didn't grab Cloak, though. Not that Cloak would necessarily be good. But, you know, if there wasn't an Observer, that would be a little more there for the Banshee to do. Unfortunately, now the Banshee can be focus fired, which it is. The SCV repair actually was not good. I thought that's what he was going to repair, but it looks like he went for the tank. Some SCVs did, and the rest of the SCVs kind of got pushed aside by the Marines or something like that, because I thought his mass repair might do the trick to save the Banshee. It did not. And now that is a lot of Protoss army in the natural. A tank on the high ground not able to reach to save it. Now the command center even under fire, under pressure, might go down, might go down. Oh my god, it goes down. He didn't lift it. If he lifted it, it actually looked like it went down. The 4 Stalkers was not enough DPS, but the Immortal was. And, well, that is game, actually. I think if he saves the command center, this is still pretty up in the air, even though it doesn't look that pretty for the Terran player. But now, yeah, and Kira's desperate to find counter damage, which is why he pushes out here. He knows he's dead. He knows that losing the command center was far too much. So, I think we're going to see a tap out. Little Warp Prism micro. A little fancy. Kira doesn't actually tap out, but I mean, what else can he really do here? There's no surprises. All the units he's making right now, too, are kind of easily counterable. Now that you know what they are, and you're going to have time to actually produce the right units, they are something you can counter. Warp Prism, Immortal against the tanks, and any number of Stalker Warp Pins with an Observer made in case they do go for Cloak against the Banshees, right? Yeah, this is game. I'm a little surprised that Kira wants to stay in for so long. If he was on 2 bases, I would understand it. Does he think that SOS is on 1 base? No. I don't know. Warp Prism does go down alongside an Immortal, but Kira's at 20 workers, 1 command center versus SOS going on to 3 bases, 45 probes. He doesn't have to go to that 3rd base, so you could say that's a little much, but I don't think it matters. Kira may be shaking his head in disbelief that he got cheesed. It's like, what the fuck? But I do not see a way back in for him. And they should confirm it. If there's any doubts. Okay, there it is. GG's. GG's. Maybe there was a chance that SOS couldn't afford a big army. Maybe he was really only working off of 2 Immortals. Clearly not. Clearly not. So SOS does strike back. Not going to get 2-0'd here to start things off. And his return to GSL. In the top left of now Maganatha, we have SOS. And in the bottom right, it is Kira. So Cure, he deals with the surprise early attack in the first game, absolutely no problem. But I think it was a less than dedicated attack. I mean, it significantly delayed your technology as a Protoss player. And it did delay your economy, too. But I would still say it's less dedicated than a proxy robo gateway. It is a significant investment putting the high technology building out on the map. And then it's also not one that I think really helps you in that much as the game goes on. I mean, it should be killed, first of all. So obviously, if you get to a Colossus, then thank God the Robo was there. But it should be killed, first of all. But then also, the time of which the Immortal Warp Prism can work, it does fade off. You know, if they are like, oh shit, okay, I've handled this. Now I'm going to get a Viking, or I'm going to get my Banshees back at home. Like, you're trying to find that desperate attack with the Immortal in the Warp Prism. It does stop. There's kind of a hard drop-off point, I guess, is what I'm saying. Where the proxy gateways, you know, they can kind of be used, you know, more of like, well, I'm poking you and I'm kind of scouting you and you're not really going to be able to chase after me and I'm going to get all this back at home. Where the Immortals, it just feels so dedicated because they are so expensive. And once the Warp Prism has kind of been shooed away and the 2 base are back up, I mean, it probably look a little similar actually to that first game. But I'd say a little more investment in the second game with a little more of that potential reward. And absolutely was rewarded because it was a complete surprise. Cure, he's not getting the ultimate scouting Terran game going. And after dealing with the first game like he did, he probably figured he didn't need to. You know, he is doing some scouting with the Hellions patrolling, and again, counting on that medevac to get some type of scout. But very clearly, SOS is trying to find these builds that just hit that right timing where you don't get your assumed scouts, or however you want to call it. You know, your planned scouts, I guess. You know you're going to get the medevac in there and eventually scout. Well, I'm going to hit you before that happens. And Cure could change, which he already has. Cure is going to go for a Reaper, first of all, so that's already a big change. SOS could theoretically still hide something, which seems to be his plan. Just because that wall is in the main base, and eventually the 2 Adepts in the natural will be able to stop that Reaper from ever even trying to suicide in. But the Reaper, even if it gets pushed away and it says, okay, I guess I can't scout it directly, it can still go and scout. You know, and that would be the best use of it. If you really are not going to get into the main, go scout all the corners of the map. Now, it's a huge map. You know, it's not guaranteed you're going to scout whatever the hell SOS is trying to do, which we're still waiting on. It does look like it's going to be this proxy 3 gateways again. But you could at least try. That's what I thought he was going to do anyway. Hellion is on the way as well, and he actually might be Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, he might be waiting to get the combination Reaper Hellion. But the Reaper manages to just get in anyway. And that is good enough. That was not supposed to happen, actually. That Adept needs to be a little bit chunkier. That failed. That absolutely failed. And the second Adept being in the main, I think is also a mistake. Had it not popped out? Or no, it definitely was there. I'm not sure why there weren't 2 Adepts in the natural, but I guess it's 3-shot anyway, so the Reaper might still have gotten in. Regardless, that wasn't supposed to happen. The Reaper scouts how significantly late the Twilight Council is. It sees all 3 gateways done, and it should figure out what it is. It's the proxy again. You know, this proxy isn't going to be with Stalkers, so it's a little less about that frontal push. But Cure had already built a bunker, which I think is the other thing you can do to blind improve your game versus a known cheeser. Get a Reaper, get a Hellion, sure, get a bunker. And that might not always save you, of course, but it's the first step to it. And so these Adepts, like I said, they're not about busting necessarily. They're trying to be a little more clever than that, but they did just run into the natural. The Widowmine didn't go off, and so I guess that's why he thought he could take on the Marines, but Cure was right. Cure was right. He looked at the situation and said, well, my Marines are going to get healed a little bit. I think I'm going to win this fight, and he took it, and so did SOS. And SOS didn't have to, actually. He could have probably tried to run around a little bit more and shade out. But at that point, then, what are the Adepts really doing? Hoping that you don't raise the depot, because they're just going to get more units, and your Adepts are going to get more useless as the game goes on. So probably just making a last-second decision to say, okay, I guess I'm going to trade with your Marines. But that is less than ideal. Losing a bunch of gas units for a bunch of, very replaceable, reactored mineral units. Less than ideal. This is not it for SOS. Here, just a couple of improvements that didn't actually end up saving him, to be honest. Well, I don't actually think he did. If he had done the build he did without a bunker and without actually getting the scout, he still wins that fight. Neither one of those things contributed to the Adept fight. I guess it's more possible his Marines weren't stacked together. Maybe they were split up for some reason, or maybe he's not paying attention to the depot raise. But yeah, that's the Adept opener has not worked. Now he's going to try and do an actual bust, just building nothing but Stalkers here. Tank, not refocus fire. That was actually really nice. So the Adepts, one goes here, so that maybe it's the one that catches the attention. One goes over here, so it does catch the attention of the tank. The one here, if it was actually targeted by the tank, could have also contributed to some damage on the SCVs that are pulled from the for the repair. But anyways, one of them did annoy the tank enough that it focused purely on that, and that's what SOS wanted to happen. Unfortunately, the rest of what he wanted to have happen did not. So yeah, I got a tank, but second tank already replaces it. Bunker is still up and running. Stalkers without... No, they do have Blink, actually. But still, Stalkers without a Warp Prism, they're not as scary mobile as usual. If this was a 4-gate Warp Prism, then you have to worry about 2 different attack points, kind of even 3 to a degree. Your front, then here, and then maybe even here. And then you're starting to lose SCVs because you don't have enough tanks to spread around, or maybe your barracks weren't well placed, although in this case they very much are well placed, very nicely protected upgrades. So this is not as scary. At the very least, SOS has a 3 base up. At the very least, it's actually pretty good. He has 3 bases up. He has Blink. He has Charge now. He is going to get to an upgrade. This doesn't look like the worst case scenario, but everything SOS tried has failed, and he has delayed that important technology leap, which is getting to Colossus. And if you're not going to get to Colossus, if you're going to play this mass ground gateway game, which we've seen in some previous metas, what you need for that is a really good economy. And that's what would be missing. Cure's ready to go literally right now. Stim's done, Combat Shields is on the way, he's got his own +1 as well, and a great army composition. And SOS is only now getting to his 4th base. He's not going to have this incredible surplus of zealots. And so that's where I'm really concerned. You either need like this gigantic army, or you need some AoE technology. And SOS does not have either one. He's trying to get to one of those, but it's going to be very difficult. Cure's going to be sharking around for a good attack. You know, and the Zealots, they might not even get that good of a concave. Although here they would, but there are also a couple of Widow Mines, and they still kind of go single file through these Stalkers. Cure, I think he's seen that the intention of the 4th base, so he's going to go ahead and redirect his attack over there. And the tank anchoring this, and Widow Mines helping out as well. The 4th base does have to be canceled. It was killed instead. Zealots do swarm the tank, but in doing so, kind of open themselves up to the bio, killing them, the Widow Mine splashing on them, and without the Zealots, the Stalkers absolutely melt here. This was not good enough, particularly with the killed Nexus. SOS does seem a little out of luck. Cure's on his own 3 bases, dropping down mules, tons of production. His own 1-1 upgrade, actually about to finish. He's going to have an upgrade lead over his opponent. SOS does not yet have his Colossus, which would maybe save him. I don't think it would, but it would be better than nothing. Stalker's sharking around, just trying to get an idea of what the army's planning on doing. Cure, he doesn't really have to do anything fancy right now. You know, if he really didn't think he could win here, maybe he picks up a couple of units and drops, and maybe SOS gets an opportunity to catch that, but you don't have to be fancy in the situation. In brute force terms, Cure wins. So he is just going to continue brute forcing. And SOS doesn't have nearly as much of a defender's advantage as you would like. His 4th base is actually quite far away, and while a shield battery was finally made to accommodate it, it's still not the best position to have to run all the way over here, and, you know, if they're attacking from that direction, and then chase them back, and then, yeah, worry about the potential of a drop. You know, the drop could actually be perfect for Cure right now if he wanted to, because SOS wouldn't have enough army to spread around. The downside would be if they got caught by the Stalkers, right? Then it's just kind of wasted, but brute force would work. The concave opportunity as well. Colossus does get focus fired. Not going to go down, though, thanks to those shield batteries. Cure has a 60 supply lead. A Mortal Shield just got popped. Shield batteries are out of juice. Recharge is available, but we're not using it. I assume he knows about recharge. I'm going to assume that. Can a mine go inside a bunker? No. Only bio units can. 2 medevacs are floating over to the left side. If the brute force attack isn't quite working, as they are able to consolidate their army in one position ahead of a couple of shield batteries, then just start running around. And that's what Cure is doing, and SOS is going to have a lot of trouble deflecting that. Auto turrets are kind of going to lead this. Funnily enough, that this could result in the army responding, but this is SOS thinking, okay, I can't really respond to this. I need to worry about the frontline army, which is not wrong, but then it also kind of confirmed that Cure can just run in. 1 Colossus with 1 shield battery that's out of juice. A warp in, though, is quite good. This actually is perfectly timed defense for SOS. That Colossus did help quite a bit. Cure not able to end the game here. Only up 40 supply at this point. SOS able to saturate his 4th base as well as get his 5th on the way. SOS not going to give up yet. He was on a, surprisingly low gas count, and he did go for very zealot heavy for a while. So that has been able to saturate 4 bases pretty quickly, even going up to 5, already transferring some probes. He's also up to 79 probes at this point, but just enough gas to afford the 2 upgrades, 3 Colossus, and then really not a lot of Stalkers, just 8 of them, but it's enough. It's the good enough army all combined together to hold on, but it's not a good enough army to really take a fight. And at this point in the game for a Protoss player, you would generally want to have some type of map control. maybe you're losing it at this point, depending on how the engagements have gone, but you probably have a time where you're the aggressor, and that just has never happened here for SOS. So he hasn't gotten his Colossus to abuse Cure's choke points, for instance, nor has he been able to set up a lot of run buys to really tear Cure apart. In fact, it's Cure who's the one that's threatening SOS right now. And SOS, at 170 supply and 5 bases, might actually think about going for some run buys at this point, maybe grab a War Prism. But he's trying to go for an attack to apply the pressure. 4 Colossus becomes 3 very, very quickly. Zealot just so far in front of those Colossus, not as effective. SOS, you can't really win a fight here. This is still such a huge supply gap. 40 supply difference and an upgrade going to Cure. Plus he has ship weapons already. The Vikings are a little spicy. And this isn't even all of his army. Double drop goes back into the main base with the auto turrets to help out. Target fires the Robo. There was another Robo that was built, so we still have 1, I believe. We're gonna have 1. But did intend going up to 2. This will be cleaned up eventually, but Cure is setting his sights on the 5th base. SOS. I guess these acceleration zones are kind of funky, aren't they? Not sure if they're really favoring anyone in particular, but they do make things pounce a little bit better. This is so far away, though, from these other bases. And SOS has such a limited vision. It was actually able to take the Xel'Naga for a while. We don't have Cure trying to break the rocks to give himself an easy pathway over to that. SOS could also break these rocks, actually. This wouldn't be a bad idea. Of course, they're trying desperately to win this game, and they're all over the place and doing all the APMs, but if you could take a second and think, I guess Cure would want to open up this pathway, and then SOS would want to make sure that it's closed. But anyway. 4 base setup for Cure is actually turning into a 5th base on the front. He's continuing his upgrade. 332 is now on the way, which also means, of course, his Liberator is going to pack a little more of a punch, and we could see those, at least a couple of them, make an appearance. Cure scans the left side, and he sees that a 6th base is on the way. His Tubble Medevac drop did end up surviving. His Raven did not. And I guess depending on if a Robo unit pops, the Medevac could go back in. 2 cannons and a shield battery, but if it just goes in this direction, it'd be fine. We got Cure starting to split up his army, and he is starting to take out some of these scouting pylons. We have 0 observers on the field, which I guess has not been that big of a deal. SOS has been able to track the army movements, but I'm like I'm thinking even of like the ghosts. They won't have Cloak anytime soon because it's not that important of an upgrade at this point, but usually you have at least 1 observer. Well, Robo has been doing other things, and it's only been 1 Robo for so long. This little attack that was actually cleaning up the pylons manages to catch the 5th base by surprise. SOS is sharking around for the engagement and then trying to do his own attack on his opponent's side of the map, but is it going to work? These Colossus not really getting a lot of shots in as the Zealots melt to the bio that was correctly pulled back. The Vikings numerous enough to withstand the Stalkers trying to kill them, to successfully kill the Colossus, and that was not the engagement that SOS wanted. He was probably hoping that would be a better engagement for him because Cure has so much army elsewhere. He's got 3 medevacs worth of units to the right side, about 2 on the left. Even a 3rd came out there somewhere at some point. I don't even know. And so there was less army for Cure on the defense, but it was just a really well-executed defensive engagement for Cure. And SOS's 4 Colossus didn't really get a lot of time to attack into the bio. It has this damn annoying thing where Colossus love attacking SCVs, command centers, refineries instead of the actual thing they should be, and Zealots just get ahead of them. So there is actually some micro on the side of the Protoss. They don't just A-move as much as we want to believe it. This does look like the last little bits of the game. Cure will take a 2-1 and advance to the winner's match of GSL, whereas SOS will await the loser of Raynor versus Solar. Binance accept Hellbats. Yeah, that's true. Hellbats are bio. Guys, we finally have Zerg. Isn't that amazing? I think it's amazing. And it's 2 Zerg. Isn't that wonderful? It's a ZVZ. I haven't cast one of these in a while. Top right of Tokamak is Rainer. Bottom left it is Solar. Yes, we do have some foreigners in GSL this year. As far as I understand it, basically, Trigger certainly was staying there for a year anyway. He is actually Korean, so he's able to stay there for longer than most of our tourist visas, for instance. And then Rainer is not, but Rainer was over in Korea as well, possibly because he just likes Korea. I think that's the reason for both of them, actually. There is still kind of a misconception, even to this day, years and years after GSL has kind of lost its prestige, that the foreigners are going to Korea because they want to train. Now, sometimes that is true, but that usually would also be in a kind of dedicated team work. You go with a couple of people, maybe your teammates, maybe just good friends in the pro gaming scene, and you rent a place together, and your whole entire goal is to practice on the Korean ladder, 12 hours a day or whatever. That does sometimes happen, but very rarely. And a lot of the time that you see more like the individual pro gamers go to Korea, it's because they just really like Korea. And I really empathize with that. It's a great place to be, especially if you're young and you want to go partying and you want to have a safe place where you can take public transportation to anywhere you want to go. Obviously, if you do want to practice, the ladder is still, if you can get up to where the pros are laddering, obviously, then the ladder can still be pretty good. And the GSL is there. But since the GSL wasn't even announced up until like last month, so there was that 8-month cap or whatever that we had from the announcements from EWC to actually getting any announcements. These are not why they were there. But since GSL was announced, obviously you're going to try. Obviously you're going to go and do it. And Rainer and Trigger both were able to qualify for the GSL. Rainer has been in the GSL before, and he did get to, I believe, the round of 16. He was very close to getting to the round of 8, I think is what happened. He was very close after like a nail-biting round of 32 versus like Classic, I think it was. This was years ago. But otherwise, he's had disappointing results for GSL. Not quite able to bring his A game every time that he's participated. Trigger, I'm not sure, has been in the GSL, but I would have to double check that. He might have been in the last like 1 or 2 years. But I'm not sure. Anyways, so now we got that covered. It is a ZVZ, so we might actually get something exciting going. But now we talk about Rainer. Rainer, who also, by the way, hasn't really participated in a lot of tournaments, so people are kind of wondering where he's at. He did kind of breeze through the GSL qualifier, so he's pretty good. Solar is Korean. And Solar is definitely one of the favorites Korean Zergs. And he is a solid macro Zerg a lot of the time as well, although that has been different in Zerg versus Protoss for sure. But ZVZ is just now the matchup that hardly ever gets tested. Not just because there seems to be a lack of Zerg in every single region, but because when it comes to ZVZ, it's so much about the mind games and the strategies that no one really wants to practice with anyone, because if they are going to face a Zerg in a tournament, it's going to be the guy they practice with, So there's really no safe way to practice your ZVZ. So, Rainer maybe got help from Lambo, to be fair. And Solar might have gotten help from Dark, although I think that might be a little less likely. But it's so not as much practice. Fortunately, GSL still has that nice little format where you do get some of that prep time, so it does make itself kind of stand out from the weekend tournaments. But anyway, thought we might get some Ling Baneling action, because we did have the Baneling list come down, but no one made a surplus of Lings. This has been totally about a safe opener. Very standard stuff up until about this point, where we do finally have them branching off away from each other. It's going to be Roachborns for both players, but Solar has gone for a much faster lair. Rainer has gone for +1 missile. Evolution Chamber is now coming down for Solar, which this is usually something you would be paying attention to as the opposing Zerg. So the Evolution Chamber, it can come down first, which I think is what Rainer did. And then you can get a jump start on that +1 missile. Now, that could be for a macro purpose, or it could be for an all-in purpose. So that's only telling you so much information. But if there's literally no Evolution Chamber, or it's just now building, then you know that there are resources that would usually go into that for, let's say, a typical macro game have gone somewhere else. So Rainer would know that there is maybe 100 gas missing. Maybe that's into a faster lair. What does a faster lair actually give you? It gives you faster roach speed. which can be a difference maker in some of these battles. But it doesn't give you a lot immediately. And Raynor is just building roaches. So this was not +1 missile, get ahead of the curve, go into your own lair. No lair intended. Overlord surplus into roaches nonstop. Raynor is going for an all-in. And Solar has absolutely not picked up on this. Whoa. Wow, okay. Well, he canceled a building, but then he builds a spire and gets more drones anyway. Solar? Solar saw a handful of roaches come across the map. And that apparently to him was just like, oh, I don't need to worry about that. But +1 missile is finishing, and Raynor has been building an army. And Solar, I guess, has been unable to get a Ling Scout close enough. So really nice deflection of the scouts, yeah, exactly like that for Raynor, to hide this successfully. Solar is in a lot of trouble. He's built 14, 15 more drones, with a couple more on the way as I'm speaking. He's got investments into +1 melee and roach speed, which are not going to kick in for this. I think he built 1 spinecrawler, and that's what he canceled. And now, because he was like, wait, are you? Okay, you're not. And now he's like, oh shit, you are. I'm going to try and build a bunch of spinecrawlers, but he can only afford 3, and they will not be finished. Does put some resources into Ravagers, which can be very helpful, but the army supplies quite different. 30 supply army difference. Roaches for Raynor just going to go after those Ravagers because they are so weak. Oh my god, and the Corrosive Biles just hit so many of Solar's Overlords. He's not supply block, but that's kind of a bad sign. Just meant he didn't have a lot of supply to begin with. And Raynor will take a very easy win in game number 1. Really great deflection of scouts, I think, is what ultimately came to make that easy. Obviously scouting his opponent, but making sure that he himself is not scouted. Game number 2 on ley lines. On the top right it is Raynor, and the bottom left it is Solar. Yeah, well, fortunately, I don't know how exactly, but a lot of the time when these guys go to Korea, they do get a setup. So in the past, that has been because there have already been foreigners in Korea who have already invested into a setup. So obviously there's like team houses that were there that they could then kind of rent a space for. That hasn't been the case for years at this point, since COVID really. But the other thing is that they actually are... They plan on staying in Korea for a significant amount of time, perhaps past their tourist visa time as well. If you do that, if you plan on that, you can actually try and rent something longer term, and you can actually either plan on bringing your own setup, which is annoying but not impossible, or you can either rent something long term or actually just like buy something there, which I think all of those have been used. I once brought my setup to Korea, like almost 10 years ago at this point. I put my PC in a checked bag and it made it. Isn't that amazing? But yeah. And then there are still people in Korea that they have contacts with who they'd probably ask to see what the options are. But anyway, it's game number 2. Raynor gets an easy game 1 just by the idea that you got your strategy and you executed it, and that's all you really need to do. There's obviously a lot that goes into a game of StarCraft that we don't necessarily see result in big explosions. So all that time that Raynor was, scouting himself, confirming that Solar wasn't going to surprise him, was very important. But for Solar, he was trying to scout. He was trying to play the game perfectly, which is not over-defending and not under-defending. So seeing it all in, defend appropriately. Misread and all in, you're over-defending and you're falling behind in drones. So it's a very annoying game to play, honestly. And ZVZ is, I guess, going to stay this way for a while. It's like, it's not that it's ever been without its strategy and its all-ins and its cheese. I mean, one of the first things it was compared to was a knife fight in a phone booth, right? But there was a time where ZVZ was certainly seen as like, we know how this is going to go and we know what point we're going to get to, and it's going to be a bunch of roaches fighting each other. And there was, little variance from that. But now it's like we really don't know. There are 50 build orders with all the slight variations you can do on each build order, and I don't know. Throw a dart at it and see which one you're gonna do. See, it seems to be a lot of what it is, so it can be frustrating. And PvP, it got this benefit of the hallucination a long time ago, and obviously with the recharge. Oh, lings are on the way. To kind of make it a little less coin flippy than what we would usually call it. It's still somewhat volatile, and you kind of give an underdog a little more credit in PvP, but it literally got this big bonus to scouting. And so it's, maybe not as bad as it once was. But ZVZ did not get a bonus to scouting. And it's just so difficult when you don't know what the eggs are creating. And for instance, they could have been creating drones. They're absolutely creating lings. Solar is going to see this kind of late, but there's not much else you can do about it. You just suddenly lings, What you can do is have a nice, safe baneling nest. You might not actually use it like last game, but you got it. Make a couple of banelings and then just start spamming your own lings. So far, so good on that, but the hatchery is getting awfully low. Raynor did not try and go for the throat there. He tried to go after that third hatch, believed that he would actually get the kill, but it was pretty far along. And thank goodness for that. Solar does not have to cancel it and doesn't get it killed because he didn't cancel it. And with the lings popping out for him and the banelings formed, there's not much that Raynor can do except hope that maybe he can circumvent scouting later on and get a quick little snipe. He also has to worry about his own defenses, so have to make his own banelings. Queens, one of them partially surrounded. Not the best start to the fight, but Solar's not really bringing a lot behind this. So that might have been bad if Raynor had been trying the drone and Solar had been building a lot more lings, but actually Raynor is continuing to build lings alongside the Roach Warren, making this into a follow-up Roach ling attack. Solar is doing the exact same thing, though. So there's the problem, right? It's like 5 extra drones is really important if you're both just going to start making non-stop army. Because Defender's Advantage will kick in at this count, and Solar will have the lead in a macro game. So this is where Raynor really needs to find damage. And he's going to go for the hatchery. That's his baneling, not his opponent's. He's able to take out the hatchery, and maybe, because he also was, again, building a lot of army, maybe actually win out the macro game at this point. Solar, though, did also build army, as I've been talking about. Both of them really not joining a whole lot at this point. Is obviously going to try and do some type of counter damage. But the army supply, the defender's advantage now is flipped. Now the 3-worker difference, right, is well, Raynor's actually behind, so he does need to drone a little bit. Unless he's just going all in, which I think is what his plan is anyway. Then Defender's Advantage would have kicked in for Raynor. But Raynor built an army, is continuing to build army. Solar is the one who still has this economic lead, although he is entirely lacking a hatchery. And he is going to try and play out a little bit to the late game. Not the late game, but at least the mid game. Roaches are continuing to be built. Solar is not going to overproduce, I think, unless he gets real confirmation that his opponent is also going to produce drones. And I think the brief scout that he had saw that there was still nothing on his opponent's third base. So there's been that tentative period where you can't quite know what you're going to do. But finally, Solar does bust out the drones. Raynor is also going back into drones. And Solar has a couple extra things going for him, which is a faster lair and a much faster +1 missile. Quick check on the income advantage. You can see that just by being that little bit ahead earlier on and surviving the dedicated attack, and then surviving the next one as well, the losing the hatchery, it still gave him this economic advantage, which is turning into very tangible things. And Raynor, I thought he was just going to all in, but I guess he kept seeing a very competent army. He didn't see an opening. But it's always so hard to tell, honestly. Not just because I'm a bad Zerg player, but because there's constant reads from both players as to, are you making army? Are you making drones? I think you're making drones, so I gotta make drones as well. Okay, well, you're not making drones, and now I fucked up. And it happened so quickly. +1 missile being a good, minute ahead of Raynor. Roach speed, on the way as well. Solar could absolutely win the game with an attack here. Raynor has gotten about 7 more drones. And so if he does manage to hold on, he might catch up on all those upgrades as well. And then it might be a continued game at the very least. But this is going to be a sizable army difference. think Raynor knows what his opponent is up to. These Overseers and Overlords trying to run around, see exactly what's going on. Overseer gets in here and sees kind of a lackluster number of drones. You can kind of just compare it to your own, which is perfectly saturated. And his instincts are before, or his scouts before that have told him the truth, which is that he was going to be attacked. So he has been building armies the entire time, alongside, I believe, a spine crawler already built, yes, and then 2 more are now on the way now that he's really, truly confirmed it. Then try and take some high ground advantage. He's got to use every defender's advantage he's got to try and hold on here. So high ground advantage, faster reinforcements, spine crawlers, queens, and maybe even a drone pull. These queens, unfortunately, with a no transfuse as of yet. Also no ravagers on the side of Raynor, so couldn't quite afford that. That is something that might hurt him as well, because maybe he could have cast a couple of corrosive biles by even further time. But letting Solar up on the high ground lets him get also a bit of a concave, goes after the queens, gets a lot of damage done, is going to be forced to retreat. But it looks like Ling's also got into the main base, so a lot of lost mining team here for Raynor, who also lost some drones as Solar decided to go back into his own drones, actually. Solar busted out a couple of drones while that attack was happening before going back into army. Now he's also saturated on 3 bases and does need to get to a 4th base. Raynor kind of just falling behind at every step. If he had been able to hold on to that engagement while not taking any drone damage or any general economic damage, because he also has queens, which could kind of affect that as well, then maybe this is a more even game. But he did take that damage, and he did have to even sacrifice drones, right, to even get the spine claws in the first place. That's why he went so far down in drones. And Solar did decide, like, not to just continue all-inning, and he had his chance to get his drones, as well as start up his +2, Overlord speed, as well as burrow, and Tumbling Claws. Do like seeing some contamination, just because we don't see it that often. And that is going to help Raynor catch up on the upgrades, but he's going to do something for very, very different. Speaking of contamination, Solar did the same thing in the main. Did he also scout the Spire? He did not. Even though there was no queen to even threaten the Overseer, he did not get far enough back to see the Spire, but that Spire, a scout on it would obviously be nice. It's always nice to get the scout, but it might not really matter. Raynor's Spire is only halfway done, but Solar is maxed out. And if you're maxed out, there really is nothing else to do but attack. And Raynor is just so far down in the army supply. Losing drones once again as well to the Tumbling Claws, which are going to scout the Spire. Raynor, what can you build? 4 mutas? That's not going to kill these roaches nearly fast enough. And a nice UG to end this game. Of course, you might type GG. Game 3 it is. I know, I was thinking that. Kids have no idea what a phone booth is. I still have the PC that I took to Korea. I don't think I do, actually. It was a smaller PC. And I must have stripped it for parts. And either used some of the parts or gave some of the parts away to, like, my brothers or something. Because, yeah, this PC is only 3 years old, I think. And the other PC I have is, like, my gigantic one from, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago or something. Maganathas, once again, game 3. It's going to be one of those map pools where you just see the same maps over and over again. In the top left, it is Raynor. And in the bottom right, it is Solar. Now it's tied up 1-1. A little more of the who, what, hey, are you, and then not, are you, and then you're gonna, okay, in that last game, the CVZs. The first game was a little more decisive. You know, there was, again, a lot of that scouting that tells them whether or not they should be making army or drones that just don't really result in something, as I said, like tangible, if you will. But that second game kind of felt like it was full of like, wait, no, you're, and then you need to, okay, and then you're gonna, and it ultimately ended up in Solar's favor basically every single time too. You know, losing the hatchery can seem like a very bad thing, and generally it is considered a bad thing. You don't want to lose the hatchery, but that game is one of the examples among countless examples that exists where the loss of a third hatch at kind of a particular time, a particular just I don't know how to say, a particular time, but it's not like totally timing based. It's not like if you lose that 3 minutes, you're totally fine. But the phase of the game, there you go, the phase of the game, sometimes that third hatch actually is not nearly as important. I mean, literally, sometimes having 5 more drones means that you are perfectly saturating your 2 bases, and the guy having a third hatch, yeah, it means he has more larva, and it means that it's already settled, so maybe he could build a defensive unit with the creep that's already there, sure. But maybe he isn't saturated on 2 bases to begin with, so that third hatch doesn't actually like kick in the way that we would expect it to. That's probably exactly what happened in the last game. So, while it can look devastating, there's also just, again, so many what are you doing in ZVZ that can cause you your own hesitation. I mean, if there's a way for the Zerg player who kills a third hatch to know exactly that the other guy is going to either drone and recover, or he's going to all-in me, then you probably always get ahead because you killed the third hatch. But there's no way to really know that. You have to consider that they will have maybe a slightly bigger army that's going to come across the map. Or even if the army's not that much bigger, maybe the Lings are going to be able to actually enter into your natural and main base and cause some delayed mining and kill your queen and whatever else it is. So there's tons of examples out there where that third hatch kill, it actually is the bare minimum of what Raynor did. It's certainly not fatal, and it's not as devastating as it might appear. But moving on from that game, once again, a very standard setup, 3 hatches, no one trying to do any type of 2-base shenanigans. I have no idea where the meta is at for ZVZ. I'm completely blanking on that. Since last time I cast a ZVZ. The Open Cups have no ZVZs, and even the tournaments that are pre-planned, like a Warty tournament or a Pigsty tournament or something like that, they often struggle to invite enough Zergs. There just aren't that many Zergs to invite of a certain caliber, and then some of them don't accept the invite. So, just really not a lot of them. Which means that it's always fun, because it feels like you're getting something new. I don't want to cast my 50 billionth TVP with the same type of pacing. But ZVZ, it means I feel much dumber, but at least we get some exciting stuff out of it. Baneling is coming down as well. Again, generally for safety, like that first game, but last game, Raynor kind of... Well, he didn't actually use Banelings to be aggressive. It was just a Ling thing. But still, you can add on Lings to this. You could go for an attack. But the last time I've seen a truly dedicated Ling Baneling attack, well, last time I saw a ZVZ, I guess. Years and years ago. Not quite that bad. Evolution Chamber coming down really quickly for the Raynor this time. For Solar, surprisingly quick Roach Warren. Little scuffles going on with the Lings that they did create. 10 and 10. Actually, one died for Solar. So very similar on that account. Oh, a Carapace build. Okay. So the Ling of Solar, obviously sees the Evolution Chamber. Could not know what the upgrade is. And since we're going to be waiting for the upgrade, for the most part, I'm paying more attention to Solar. He's building 5 Overlords right now. As his Roach Warren finishes. Generally a sign they're going to try and build Roaches, which are very supply heavy. Raynor actually has not scouted the Roach Warren. He has been defending for the most part and has not been able to sneak, I suppose, this Ling. I feel like this Ling is exactly for that purpose. Ling, what are you doing? But yeah, we do have some more pressing issues. Drones are gonna go down. Well, they should. You'd think they would. Some drones do go down, but 3 more should have probably also went down. Don't know. Okay. Decided to use the second Baneling on the Lings, I guess, instead of the drones. Means that Raynor loses 2 instead of 5. His Overlord does see the Roaches on the way. Raynor was building drones and Roaches, I think, just before he saw the Roaches, so this isn't the absolute worst case scenario. I guess that was exactly when the Ling came in to see the Roach Warren, and he was like, okay, I also need to build Roaches. And that... The difference of building Roaches 10 seconds before you actually see the attack and building it as the attack comings might actually save Raynor's life here. Or maybe not. It's still a lot from Solar, and Raynor is quite late to the defense. He does get some Roaches on the front line, but already losing his queens. Not going to be able to get that Spine Crawler up. 6 drones, 7 drones already going down too. Raynor had just about that much to lose, to be fair, and he does have that +1 Carapace that will kick in. And he's kind of got to wait for that. Now he's distracted the army long enough that his third hatch is still very, very healthy. Even the Spine Crawler getting a couple of hits. Even the Roaches produced from the third base able to survive, opposed to like popping right into the battle and getting killed. That means that they will all have +1 carapace to actually use, but Lings are spilling in here, and Lings are getting that devastating surround. And Lings do not kill roaches very quickly, of course, but they keep them in place so that Raynor can't keep playing this kind of tug-of-war game almost, where he's to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right, trying to buy time for more of Farron's advantage to kick in. The Lings ensure that can't happen as much, and Lings are just obviously the fastest thing to get across the map. Now, Solar is not continuing this attack. He did make an X amount of extra Lings. We can see even more on the way, but drones are now on the production tab. Lair is on the way for Solar as well, and he has given himself a almost, okay, let's call it a 10-worker lead as of this point. Raynor did not know the attack was on the way fast enough. And loses the third hatch at what I would say is definitely a devastating time to lose a third hatch. +1 missile on the way for Solar. And one thing that Raynor has over his opponent is the upgrade. But I don't think the +1 carapace will cover 15 army supply now, but then consider that his attack will be seen by the overlords, meaning that Solar can produce army. And I'm thinking if we have 20 army supply difference, that's something that Solar could win out with defense advantage. And Raynor seems like he's kind of acknowledging that and saying, hey, I really can't do anything on the attack. He's going to try and play this out, but he has fallen so far behind on the drones. So even as he builds that number back up, his third hatch, I was going to see if the saturation timings kind of worked out perfectly at least, and I guess they kind of do. He still has to saturate these gases he's getting. It's not a good look anyway. Clearly, Solar's already mining from his third hatch just alongside those gases. Almost 60 supply advantage. Raynor might be going on to face some SOS here. I don't think there's a way for Solar to screw this up. I'm racking my brain. Raynor probably is too. But this is enough to A move, I think. With the +1 missile as well, yeah. ZVZ, he Uggs again. Maybe it is just an Ugg. CVZ is not going to be Raynor's strong suit today. GG's moves on to the Solar moves on to the winners versus Cure, and Raynor's going to face some SOS. Are these bots? I've gotten 2 people who said just followed, which I've never gotten before. And the exact same capitalization and wording. Just waiting for the ads to play out. Okay. In the top right of our winners match, we have the blue Terran Cure. And in the bottom left, it is the red Zerg Solar. So, it's been a while since I've seen Solar ZVT. He faces so many Protoss in the Open Cups after all. But Solar's always been a macro Zerg to me. In this matchup, I believe that has stayed the case. In ZVP, it's just different for, I think, all Zergs. But Kira isn't going to care about his macro, or maybe that's exactly why he does this. He does care about Solar's aptitude for macro. Oh my god, what is this opener? So the first gas cancel, like whatever, but the second one too. Solar's in trouble. Solar is being 2-raxed, so yeah. It's been a while since I've seen a 2-rax, actually. I actually was talking about this either this week or last week, because we did get maybe 1 or 2 TVZs. And considering how often it works and how good of a build it is, blah, 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 blah. I'm like a little surprised. But a 2-rack start things off, and Solar is just not expecting this. Of course, it's very unlikely you're going to scout this as a Zerg player. You can send your... I mean, you can send your Overlords in like 2-racks positions, but the first one really wants to get across the map. And the second one, you know, it's got a 50-50 chance going the right direction, or maybe even like 33 if like some people put them in the middle or something crazy. I don't know. So oftentimes the second Overlord does just position itself more in the choke of the natural or something, maybe for like a couple of seconds, because it wants to see if the SCVs and Marines are on the way. The drone is the one that does it this time, though. The drone's like, hey guys, there's 2 SCVs on the way. 3, in fact. One goes to the middle of the map that would have maybe looked like an SCV scout for this Overlord. But it is to place the 3 bunkers down. He's going to go for a full wall. A couple of things here that I, you know, definitely remember all the time. Bunkers cannot be salvaged if they're attacked. So there's a little more investment into this if it doesn't work. But if it does work, then, well, Kira's in a really position. Drones are pulled quickly to make sure the wall does not get completed, and that is the first thing to do here. But chasing after these Marines with the only drones is usually not what you want to do. 2 bunkers do get up and running as well. Of course, you can save the SCVs. Spine Crawler was built, and that's more so what time you're trying to buy it for is. And I think this is enough. Yeah, 2 queens, X amount of lings, Spine Crawler. Again, you cannot salvage, which Kira's probably forgotten. And then now he's remembered. Yeah, I caught that. But an Overlord does die, and a handful of drones also died. And it was a 2-racks, not a 3 or a 4-racks. So not as dedicated. But Solar, you know, I do remember actually thinking he wasn't particularly good against the proxy Raxes. So I was a little concerned, but that's, I mean, maybe as good as you can really get. Maybe he could have pulled his drones back a little bit sooner, though, if I'm being highly critical. Kira is going to go home. Sometimes one barrack stays back to scout, but that doesn't seem to be a concern for Kira right now. Solar, one of the less likely Zergs to try and follow up that defense with his own attack. Looks like he was a little scared of a potential bulking up of the Marines, so he built a second Spine Crawler before realizing his opponent was going for a command center. So, had to cancel that. But yeah, Kira's sending the 2-racks home. He's going to be able to use them, of course, as a production facility. Kind of in a pseudo 2-1-1, I suppose. 3rd CC is also on the way. So, he did delay his gases. This would be bad if Solar was going for an attack. If Solar was building a Roach Warren in his main, and there was no Barrack Scout on it, and it was 3CC all before the factory, pretty sure Solar would automatically win. But it's not. So good read there from Cure, who, I don't know, did he get an advantage straight up from this? Technically, in the resources lost, he did. And you do give more... You know, if there's workers that were killed, you think that is a little more devastating than if it was, you know, of course, 7 lings, right? And it saw some supply blocks as well. I'd give this secure, yeah. You always would just want to straight up win or straight up kill the hatchery and put them in that extremely uncomfortable position of, you know, maybe all-inning. But if you can't, then I'd say this is pretty damn good damage. Just gonna go right into the bio play too. Again, so much opportunity to die to any type of attack on the way. But, I mean, not even a dedicated roach attack. Even a ling swell, although a good number of Marines did end up escaping. But even that would be a little scary at this point. Just because there is so little high technology units that are usually the ones that defend. The Hellions, higher technology, great against lings. A Banshee could be the thing that protects you against roaches, but... Cure is able to skip all that, get straight to 3CC, get straight to a 2-1-1, basically. And Solar, well, he's just droning. There's not much else for Solar to do. You know, if you all laned, maybe it would have worked, but you never know that. He's trying to get his third base up, trying to get his creep spread out. He's trying to get that scout on the timing. What he would really like to know is the exact timing of a medevac. So he actually has zero idea as to what his opponent is doing. There was no scout in the third CC. All you've scouted so far are the Marines that looked roughly the number of what you escaped, maybe a few more, so you know they are producing Marines. That's basically what you got from that. But whether or not they are already getting, they are getting a Banshee, I guess, or... Well, frankly, just the 2 medevac timing, actually, I think is the most you're going to be concerned about. 2 medevacs on the way. Need to prepare for it. Get your queens in position. Get them combined together. And get, let's say, 20 lings on the field as well. That's what you're really going to be worried about, seeing what you saw. Unfortunately, while the queens are together, no lings are there to help protect them. Looks like Kira won't be too eager to find anything more. Now the spine helping right there. I think the spine wasn't there. He might have jumped after more queens. Because one thing's for certain, you're not going to find a Baneling Nest this quickly. There really isn't a lot for... It's not good for a Zerg player to have to rely on a Baneling Nest just to deflect 16 Marines. Baneling Nest is on the way, and you could make a couple of Banelings, but generally you want Queens and Lings to guard against this. The fact that this is already causing so much chaos is quite bad. And even though the spawning pool is saved, again, chaos is the most important thing here. Drones being pulled off minerals, Lings dying in subpar engagements, Queens getting pushed back, Queens having to reposition. Because this is just a taste. I mean, this is not Cure's entire game plan is to go for this attack, right? So anything that he can do to get the Zerg player off his groove is good. And then the follow-up with the tank, with more Marines, with more medevacs, as your third CC is comfortably mining. I think Cure's in a very good position. And use the remnants of the drop to clean up some creep. Little Ling run by does catch Kira a little off guard, but does not manage to find any damage. 1-1 already on the way for the Terran player. A good bit ahead of Solar by 25 seconds. Baneling speed will be done. That would usually be very important. I mean, it is very important, but I am worried about the general size of Solar's army. Now, this supply difference at this stage isn't remarkable. It isn't completely insane. Solar can absolutely defend with this, although Baneling speed is not done, and that is concerning. But he might lose that 4th hatch. He might have to cancel that, right? He's already lost positioning on this 4th hatch, so it's not going to happen right now. And that could then spiral out of control, as it kind of already has in the injects, in the larva amounts. That 4th hatch is there not just for the economy, but then also for your larva. And if you kind of concede and build a macro hatchery, that can maybe make your 4th too delayed, and it gets a little awkward. And this is really what Kira's doing, is just making this game as awkward as possible for Solar. Solar could technically make all of the right decisions at all the right times. Make just enough army to say, Kira, you cannot attack me. Make just enough drones to make sure that he can sustain against an onslaught. Can choose to either delay or get his technology at just the right time to actually get some benefit of it, you know? It's possible, but it is very, very difficult in a position where you are the one that's not in control of the game. Kira has been guiding you for most of it. One is already done, although Solar is not too far away on that one. He is grabbing a Hydralisk Den off of 5 gases here. The Hydras will help deplete his bank a little bit and give him a little bit of DPS, maybe help take care of some of these medevacs. Number is quite high and higher as I speak. We've got continued tank production, but we do have Drilling Claws on the way, so Widowmines will eventually make an appearance. This is a pretty nice spread from the Terran player. Pretty nice. Cleans up that little creep on the backside. Solar decides that a surround will not be good enough, and we'll go for a run by, but some really nice SimCity here from Cure. Cure's SimCity helps out the tank really well positioned on this little ledge. I really like that. I would steal it if I had the guts to play bio, but I don't. And Cure, you know, I didn't really think about it when I was talking about their backgrounds, but, you know, Cure in the past has had some pretty poor-looking TVZ, to be honest. There have been some stinkers from Cure in TVZ. Games where he just looks completely lost. What did I cast recently? It was like a Dark versus Cure series where Cure ended up losing. And I was just like, oh, okay, no, he's still kind of awkward when it comes to this matchup. So that, like, I'd be worried about that, but he's clearly doing fine in this game. He's clearly got a control of it. Maybe if this game would actually become even and Solar had 6 bases and, you know, was getting up to high technology and stuff, maybe then I'd be a little worried, but Cure is doing pretty well here. He's got his 4th CC on the way, then the 3 barracks, so he's not all-inning. Continuing just a slow advancement of his army. And one that Solar really can't stop. Solar's best plan right now is just get one hell of a surround, which he's kind of hung up on, actually. Some reinforcements catch the back attack, and he can't be coming in from just simply one direction. Banelings are no longer good enough, as they're just coming in single file. Easily taken out. Cure, slow, methodical, wins the game with the push. GG's. Yeah, my cat makes everything better. It's true. In the bottom right of Pylon, it is Cure. Top left, we got Solar. Cure still on Team Liquid, I believe, and then Solar did join a team recently, I want to say. Or no, he's, yeah, Falcons. That's what it is. He's on Falcons, so I think he joined it a while ago, but I think it was a question of whether it was going to stick. Anyway, so he's on the team. Obviously, both players eyeing the EWC. This is really what people are playing for. I'll take this time in an early game TBZ where Cure isn't too relaxing to talk about the situation. Patreon.com/GSL. That's how you can get your hand on these replays, as well as like behind the scenes stuff and maybe something else I don't remember, but also to support GSL, which still gives out, I think, like $25,000 to the players, which is not as much as it used to be, of course. But the GSL Patreon, you know, it does go to the player prize pool, and that's usually where people want to put their money. So consider checking it out. But GSL has been reduced significantly. Not just in prize money, but even just the format, you know? And as sad as it is to say, it's not just because they only have a limited number of days to give StarCraft. It's somewhat also because there's still a limited number of players who are playing in Korea who would call themselves pro gamers. The GSL qualifiers did have enough players, I guess, to make around a 32, but barely, I think. So, you know, that includes like maybe some like master players who signed up who wouldn't really usually be worth watching. And I can say that because I'm a Masters player. So yeah, that's the unfortunate part. But you still have really, really dedicated pro gamers in the Korean scene who are eyeing the biggest prizes, and that's more so where GSL is at right now. So little prestige from GSL. People still love the format, you know, the casters, and supporting, I guess, people who have supported us for a decade plus as well. It's, you know, changed hands a couple times, but still, it's all well and good. But really, what everyone wants here is to win, because if they win, they get a spot in EWC, and that's $700,000 on the line for EWC. So one spot, the GSL winner of Season 1 and then also Season 2. So, yeah, that's what most of these people are eyeing. And otherwise, we do have some other initiatives, I suppose. Like, we do have the RSL, but I will just be frank at this point and say that I personally don't support RSL. Like, I'll talk about it, and I retweeted them and all that, and I actually am casting the qualifiers, but I'm not putting my own money into the Patreon because it is such a small amount going to the players. I think right now GSL is giving out $25,000 to the players, and RSL is giving out $3.5K to the players. So, just throwing it out there so you can also decide where to put your money. There is also the Korean StarCraft League, which has been happening for years at this point, which is an online cup, bi-weekly, I believe. That also, you know, all the money you give to them will also go to the players. But moving on. We got a third CC from Cure, as, of course, last game started off with the 2 racks, and that made the build a little bit jankier than we're used to, but it was at the end of the day a 3CC. This one is 3CC 111, so pretty much the most typical thing you can ever do. And we might even get to Hellion Banshee. Kind of seems that way. Yep. Solar doesn't quite know about this yet. All he's seen is a second gas, but since you one gas to 3cc in the main anyway, you can just put the second gas in the natural and add just a little more confusion to an Overlord who is only scouting from that direction. If there was an Overlord coming from this direction, easy scout. Easiest scout of your life. But yeah, that's, you know, you get one Overlord basically on this side of the map and gotta choose where to put it. If replacing my orange cat with a big orange cat with black stripes, it's like an upgrade from Lings to Paintings. I don't think Dimitri would be very happy if I spray painted some black on him. Guys, I got to play with the cutest little kittens. These were like 9-week-old kittens, but they seemed so much younger. They were so cute, guys. Anyway. Hellion Banshee is out, and Solar is going to scout this in time to get the Spore Crawlers, which is really what you want to scout. Solar is unlikely to do an all-in, but it is really difficult for a Zerg player who even is prone to all-inning to do so with a lot of advanced knowledge. You know, the advanced knowledge of how your opponent plays is one thing, but I'm talking like, you know, Dark all-ins before he can confirm it's a 3rd CC, because you can't confirm 3rd CC and then all-in. I don't think it really works. Not when the Terran players are as good as they are. Build orders are perfect. Banshees are scouting. Hellions are scouting. You know, they know how to respond to the all-ins once they've scouted them, right? So, yeah, not going to happen. But Solar, I think the important thing for his macro game is scouting a couple of Banshees, kind of the timing on potential medevacs, you know, far from here, but that's the point. And hopefully deflects everything perfectly. Banshees, Spore Crawlers, kind of easy. Hellions, they can add a little bit of peppa. They can be a little sketch, but with so much creep spread successfully reaching out here, I don't think Kira's even going to bother suiciding the Hellions. Two Banshees going to arrive in the main, and as I said, be pretty much deflected by the Spore. The gas mining drones going down is always the most annoying thing you can do. Should always do that. And there's not much else for Solar to scout necessarily. I mean, the medevacs are going to be on the way out. A drop will occur. You might want to scout if they're getting tanks or wood mines, although in this case it is the safe thing to do is to get a couple of tanks first. There is the possibility of your opponent going for roaches, for instance. You'll see, like, Clem was very popular for being kind of weak to roaches, and part of that was because he would go immediately into widow mines. But it also made him scary, because he would just immediately get on this, like, you know, marines everywhere, widow mines everywhere. But yeah, tanks are usually safest thing first. And then Cure did just go tanks. Like, that was his composition in the last game. And then after that, the Zerg player might want to go ahead and try and scout if it's an Arax, which Cure, he's... to my mind, he's more of a macro player, but honestly, it's more like I have no strong opinion. It's like I've seen him cheese, because literally last game he 2-racks. I've seen him 8-racks. I've seen him, you know, do 1-base builds even versus Protoss at times, but it's just more like he does it kind of in equal numbers, so I don't have a strong impression of it either way. Which means that Solar should be at least willing to give credit to a potential 8-racks. It's usually a little more map dependent, and I'm not quite sure which maps are the best for 8-racks. But anyway, besides that, we have the first push out. So Cure actually bringing his 2 tanks here. Armory's about to finish. 1-1 is done. Combat Shield seems a little late. But the Armory finishing means that these Hellions come to Hellbats and protect the tanks from any back attacks, which Solar is 100% setting up. 1-1's not done for Solar. He's actually willing to give up his 4th... Well, not willing, but he's kind of forced to give up his 4th base. Good focus fire there from Cure, who loses 12 SCVs back at home. Whoops-a-daisy. A potential back attack did turn into a run-by that just killed all 20 SCVs. Cure is making the wisest decision possible, saying, okay, I'm going to not pay attention to my SCVs. They're dead. I missed out on being able to guard them. I'm not going to spend a lot of effort clearing this up. Instead, I'm going to make sure that my attack continues to work, because he is trying to find as much damage as possible with Marines, and if you look away, that's when the Banelings connect with you. So Cure making the decision there. Yes, he lost some SCVs, but he still has the attack on the way, and it's still a scary attack. Even though Solar is clearly buying a lot of time to get to a much bigger army to take care of this, I would say it's still a scary attack. And Cure is able to actually reinforce it, which is, you know, kind of countering the Solar buying time to an extent. But Solar, he does have a good-sized army. 20 supply down is actually really not atypical, I would say. It's about getting that good position. And that's where it's difficult. Once again, reinforcements able to successfully join up. An attack on the third CC is going to probably kill all these SCVs. But it's also going to give away a certain amount of Banelings and Lings. Just takes it to go, I guess. Don't stick around, just going to die to the tank. Cure obviously feeling the loss of economy. He's kind of being forced to 3-base all in at this point. He probably wanted to get a 4th base, but losing that many SCVs means he can't. He definitely wanted to have 2-2 on the way, not just +2 attack, but he had to make a choice. He is putting all of his eggs in this basket, but he was forced to. Solar little supply block that's now coming in from behind, trying to catch these reinforcements once again. Cure very, very slowly C-chopping forward. Is a little bit on creep. Going to back up away from it, though. On the backside, Solar's Banelings hoping for those beautiful connections, but the tank focus fire is pretty good. The Hellbats end up protecting the Marines from the last few Banelings, and that is too many Marines left over. Even with some remnant Banelings remaining, that is not going to be enough. And Cure manages to hold on. And it will take the 2-0 advance out of this group. GG. Temu Terran, oh my god. Triangles. You don't want to play with triangles? What if they gave you a ball that had the shape of the triangles and you had to fit the triangle into it? Would that be more appealing? No, I wasn't a fan of Stormgate's story, like, universe, when the first time they told me what it was going to be. If only I had said something. They wouldn't have listened. Cat treats? Oh, I actually don't usually do cat treats with casting. I will do it at the end of stream if you remind me. But I am also going to BRB. And you also might not have heard Get Kavaz. I'm going to grab more water. You guys can look at my cat in the meanwhile. He left. No, I'm just casting today. Yeah, he's sick of you all. Oops. Game number 1 of the losers match, or the lower bracket match, if you are offended by losers. It's going to be on ley lines, ZVP, top right Rainer, bottom left SOS. Hard to say what SOS is going to do here. Because you just don't see much of him. So ZVP, or PVZ for him, I guess, I'm not sure. But for Rainer in ZVP, I can almost guarantee that he is going to do some type of mid-game all-in. It's a real stretch, isn't it? Can't possibly do such a specific thing. There we go. But that's the way that it's been going for Zergs. And that is what Rainer did in the qualifier. Which, oh my god, did he actually face SOS in the qualifier? Is that? Maybe he faced Classic, actually. Because I know I cast SOS versus Nightmare. So yeah, I think it was Rainer versus Classic, actually. Okay, so yeah, never mind, I'm not going to check. So I don't know what SOS is going to do, but he'd probably be aware of that as well, that an attack is very, very likely. Now, if he wanted to, he could do a 2-base attack. Maybe not an all-in, or maybe an all-in, I guess. And that would hit before most of what the Zergs are doing here. But not guaranteed, I suppose. It feels like the meta right now, you're going to be more afraid of what the Zerg is doing. Usually what it is that you are kind of like, well, this is going to be normal up until the Protos's 2-base is determined. And a lot of the times lately, that had been just like, okay, it's determined because he's gone for a Stargate, and he's clearly going to take a 3rd Nexus. Okay, end of story. But occasionally we get the Twilight Council, right? Occasionally we get Resonant Glaives. SOS would be the type of guy to throw out another charge all in, just because we do get some Archon drops occasionally. And then that's usually where the story is kind of leading to initially. And then the Zerg player might then be going for some type of low drone count all in, might be playing a super macro game, but in this meta, does seem to be a lot of all ins. So right now, SOS is going for the Stargate. We'll see if he just goes right into the Oracle. Rainer probably pretty on guard, because his SOS is well known as a cheeser and all-inner. He's probably going to be a little more on guard than he would be against like a Showtime, for instance. But once you see that Oracle, you can breathe a little easier. It's not a guarantee anything's happening, but something. Ooh, excuse me. And so Rainer probably will see that, and then I mean, that's... It looks like it's going to be something that kills an Overlord, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. Well, there you go. So this is... An Oracle is not 100%, no worries. Totally build 50 drones, dude. But it's usually like a sign of things at the point that direction, I guess. But anything else, and then you're like, okay, what exactly are you doing? And Void Ray into 2 gases taken already. Zerg players generally would not bother to scout these gases right now. It seems really stupid to just show 2 gases taken this quickly to an Overlord that is mere like centimeters away from scouting it. But it is so unlikely for the Zerg player to bother scouting for that gas. Isn't that hilarious? Funnily enough, the Overlord is killed. It's like pushed to the 3rd gas. And seeing a 3rd gas that early is a huge tip. There is something very mischievous going on. The Void Ray already was a tip, but sometimes, you know, like Hero has done this. Hero has gone for a Void Ray and done something a little bit weird, but not this weird, I think. But then he also has done it and then done a totally like macro-oriented thing, right? Just to keep his opponent on guard. But this is SOS. This is at least 3 gases on 2 bases, and not like, you know, Rainer didn't stop a 3rd base from coming, and then SOS is desperate. Like, this is very clearly his build. And it's pretty likely, I would think, actually, that it is going to be Stargate. As soon as you see that 3rd gas, just assume there's a 4th, and assume that there is either Tempest or Carriers on the way. In this case, it is Tempest immediately into the tectonic destabilizers? Is that what it is? Nailed it. And so right now it doesn't look like Raynor has really responded to anything. In fact, he's even building a Roach Warren, which maybe you're thinking like, oh my god, he's gonna die, what an idiot. But the weird thing that happens when you see something this early is that you can't just immediately react to it. Oh my god, Ling's got in. Well, if there's any doubt that he didn't know, he definitely knows now. But I can almost assure you that he did know. Almost. Just because, as I was trying to say, you can't immediately react to it. If you stop building drones and start building army because you saw a 2-base Protoss going mass air, you actually are hurting yourself. If you're at like 30 drones and you're like, okay, I'm gonna kill them now because I hate playing against these guys, it's actually quite unlikely that you would win. You don't have a lot of anti-air in the early game, first of all. And then second of all, SimCity and walls are actually very annoying. So this is why you wouldn't see an immediate heavy response, even though I would believe that Raynor kind of knew this was on the way. What might be a little, uncertain is if it really was 3rd and 4th gas, because 4 gases would have been a total confirmation. 3rd gas might have been something else, I guess, but, and a Roach Warren just for safety makes a lot of sense. But he's actually already got like a good number of queens. He's obviously getting into a Spire, because this is going to be the easiest thing to deal with it. The Spire and Corruptors made from the Spire are very expensive. But 3 base, if you're literally only making Corruptors, probably not that bad. And then if you get enough Corruptors, you can guarantee that the Tempest can't play the runaround game. 9 drones have already gone down, to be fair. Raynor is forced to remake them. So he is not banking his minerals with his gas currently. The Tempest range is just so annoying, and with the upgrade that they have, they kill buildings so quickly. The Queens, they won't die that quickly, actually, although we'll eventually get to a one-shot count of Tempest, but they don't die that quickly. They just can't chase after them. The Raynor's still at 65 drones. His first 6 Corruptors are on the way. SOS should know, whether it was really quick or not, SOS knows that Corruptors should be on the way. And so he is building some board rays to help out, probably planning on a recall, and then defend at home. Is that one shot in the Queens? Is it 5 Tempest? He got the hatchery. Did lose a Tempest in the process, though. Just that one extra shot from the Corruptor kind of sucks. But Raynor lost an entire natural. He is building a 4th base that isn't really all that behind in time, so the drones, a little bit of lost mining time, not too much. Void Ray, it's called Flux Vein still. The Void Ray upgrade is on the way, making go vroom vroom. +1 air weapons as well. Twilight Council, 3rd base is up and running, all 6 gases as well. And this is more what the important part is, I would say. You kind of, I think, predict the game to look something like this up to this point, because it's so difficult for the Zerg player to kill a Protoss before they get here. It's more like, how much damage do the Zerg take? How well prepared are they to go into more of the later mid-game, if you will? And can they stop a 4th base from coming down? So the 3rd base is going to be kind of tricky to kill, but that is more so the target than allowing them to get to a 4th base. So the 3rd base, only 2 shield batteries, so it's not terribly scary. The Corruptor count is getting up to 15. We could go up to Vipers and Infestors and play like super macro late game. But Raynor doesn't really seem like he plans on doing that. He might be just trying to bust out as much Roach Corruptor as possible. And then obviously the Roaches do not shoot up. They don't contribute to that fight, but they will take care of all the stack defense and then decimate the economy. And there will eventually be ground units for the Protoss as well, as we can see. Charge is on the way, upgrade for the ground army's on the way, Storm is on the way, Archons could be formed. This is not going to be a lot happening for a while. That's what it is. Infestation Pit is added, actually. I do think brute forcing is just such a difficult call to make. Especially if you did have your hatchery actually killed. This has not been a perfect game for the Zerg. Because it's kind of the same idea as what I was talking about before. If you try to brute force it when you're on 3 base and they're on 2, that probably isn't going to go very well. And while some Zergs might brute force it to take this third down, that also is only a limited attack time. You're not totally rich. You're not 90 drones, 7 bases, 5,000 in the bank in case it doesn't work. If you are going to go later in the game, spellcasters would be helpful. Infestors for fungal, helpful. Infestors even for microbial shroud, something you don't hear very often. Still kind of useful, although not really the goal here without Hydras. Hydra's Den is on the way though. And Vipers. Vipers eventually. High Templars are here for the feedbacks. Raynor is not going to be able to stop this 4th base from coming on up. He is staying just ahead on the hatchery count, which is, you know, what you want to do, but maybe even more will come down eventually. This is certainly a way for the Protoss player to ensure that they're not all-ins. If we're talking about the typical all-ins, the meta that I was discussing, you know, we're talking, you know, Mass Roach on like, what, 60 drones, something? Maybe Ling Hydra, actually. I don't know, a lot of Roach, actually. Which we're seeing. And then, again, brute forcing that against someone who has literally all air army, you're taking a big chance there. You're taking a huge chance. You're trying to say, like, I'll kill you before your army kills me, and that doesn't always work out. So, in a weird way, this might have been SOS's or the general, you know, Protoss response to what is happening, is to be like, well, I'm just going to make it so you really can't do that, and you're going to be forced to play the macro game. Unfortunately, the macro game is not very fun. Not this type of macro game, anyway. It's probably a pretty wise thing to do, and it kind of it puts SOS more in the driving seat than maybe you would expect. I mean, he did kill the hatchery, so maybe that sounds totally fine, but it makes Raynor respond to him. Now, one of the reasons that Zerg do all in, by the way, is that they don't want to face this army. Fungal, of course, about actually hit a couple there. But the army of the Protoss kind of agreed upon generally to be better. If properly controlled and composed, I suppose. This is maybe not the best fight. SOS kind of brute forcing it right now. The Fungals are all gone. There weren't that many to begin with. Static defense is all gone as well. Raynor is in a decent bit of trouble, but Lurkers are on the way. Ravagers try to stay alive as long as possible. All the Tempests are gone. Corruptors have done their job, and now they look a little useless in the sky. But it's about whether or not Raynor can hold on to the ground. Yeah, it's taken out a couple of Archons on the left side. Lurkers, though, jumped on to the right. There is an observer in the army. More reinforcements on the way for Raynor. Just barely enough bank to hang on by the looks of things. SOS tries to retreat, but in doing so loses all of his Archons. None of them able to retreat, in fact. Some of the High Templars also being chased down. The Corruptors no longer useless. Try and go for a little backstab with their own Corruptor... What is it called again? Not Contamination. Corruption. I think it's literally called Corruption. But I call it Corruptor Piss, so either one. But that was a hold. That was just barely a hold, but that was a hold. Raynor also with enough of a bank to totally remax. Now, not on the best possible units. It is mostly Roaches, but that is still much bigger in army supply to SOS, who had built up a very expensive army and then lost the entirety of it. Not able to rebuild his own army fast enough. Stalkers also forced to chase the Corruptors around. We're on the front lines to help immediately. Now collecting together. You can see SOS will hold for now. But Raynor has at least reduced this back down to a more normal-looking PTZ, where he is in the driver's seat. He is the one sharking around for an engagement. The Corruptors actually end up killing any of the buildings. Doesn't look like it, but they're keeping some Stalkers back. It's obviously a lot of supply in Corruptors, so that's only so much. But it is worth considering. SOS does need something more on the front lines. An almost 60 supply difference. Not a lot of heavy-hitting units, too. He lost some of those Immortals before the fight before this. Trying to keep away from the Lurkers, who do have both their upgrades, actually. More Lurkers being added in. Raynor sees an attack time. Attack timing that I think is going to work out for him. There just isn't quite enough for SOS. And even if there eventually is enough, he's already in a really poor position. You do not want to be on your own defense and your own chokes up against someone who has lurkers. Going to try and bust out of this, but Immortal already down. Zealots kind of getting melted. Storms do manage to do some damage to some of these lurkers, but it's not going to be enough. 5th base is still up for SOS and mining, but he has once again lost so many expensive units. That is... He's down to 8 stalkers and 6 zealots. Maybe a little disbelief as to how he lost this game. Seemingly so quickly. But Raynor did one thing... Well, he did a couple things well, but the thing that I really think is the difference maker is that when he held on this location, he didn't just give up. He didn't say, okay, well, let's just, like, smash together our armies and see what happens. Alright, which is what I would do. But then I would lose. He said, okay, these are short T-Rex arm Archons. These are storms that are going to be the most effective when they're finding clumped up armies. And then, you know, the Tempests are eventually going to be dealt with. And the Zealots, they'll get into nooks and crannies, but they'll also get sidetracked. And basically, by making sure not to just say, okay, fuck it, like, I'm just going to go for it, Raynor is able to buy time, not for more reinforcements only, but literally just to take better battles. As more Archons got split to the side. As more Zealots got distracted by like a couple of drones or something. He was able to take kind of smaller scale battles with what he had. And yeah, buy time for the reinforcements and for the lurkers to create. But that was pretty much the most important thing there. Because if he had just given up and said, I guess that the armies are going to go after each other, I'm pretty sure Raynor's army would have completely melted. And then SOS still would have had a really nice, you know, 60 supply of army or something all together on the front lines, methodically chopping down the hatcheries and killing all the reinforcements. SOS going on his last little hurrah here because he has lost his 4th and his 5th. He's kind of at options. Lurkers are not at home, so that maybe gives him a glimpse of hope. There's only, oh no, there's 4, there's 5 lurkers actually at home. That'll probably be enough. Not even gonna fight it. GG's. Raynor looked like he was in a ton of trouble and manages to hold on and commence the counter. Nicely done. GG's. Who is SOS? Wow. I feel old. SOS was a very, very good pro gamer. He's the only guy who won 2 BlizzCons. He won a, yeah, winner-take-all $100,000 IEM. And yeah, that's why it was $100,000, because it was a winner-take-all. He was very well known for being cheesy and, you know, all-ins, and definitely not a part of the mold. You know, he would, like, proxy Nexus. And that kind of sums him up, I guess. He was also a Brood War player, I believe. He was on Jin Air until they folded. You got a meme. And continuing on, and now up 1. In the top right, he is Raynor. In the bottom left, we do have SOS. StarCraft is so old. People have forgotten who SOS is. But he's pretty well liked. I mean, I like him a little less because he won a BlizzCon by defeating Jaedong, but that's fine. I'm totally over it. But it's kind of hard to hate this guy because when things got boring, he would be one of the more dependable persons to make it exciting. Not that last game, to be honest, but a lot of the other times, a lot of the other metas we've had. Because, you know, late game's EVP has been, I think, the most likely to be unexciting. If we average out all 15 years of StarCraft meta, pretty sure it's the most boring more often. And maybe one day that'll be fixed. But anyway, SOS would Not because he thought it was boring, or maybe because, I don't know, I have not in his brain, but SOS would just look at a game and be like, you know what? Screw doing the normal thing. I'm going to do something really, really silly. And towards the end of his career, it looked more and more desperate. Well, he's still playing, so... By the end of his career before military, it looked more and more desperate rather than something of, you know, superhuman, super genius levels, but it was still a lot of fun. But during his peak, you know, I guess when he was on Engineer, for instance, you know, he had the great macro, the great micro, could kind of throw every now and again, because that's kind of what happens with these guys. So he wasn't, like, you know, strictly the most dependable, but he was freaking good. And he would just throw in crazy builds. Make you rethink how Protoss worked. And he has, he has balls of steel. He won a $100,000 winner-take-all tournament where the winner took $100,000. The loser, the second place, would get nothing. Nada. Zero. Although, to reveal something, I think what I heard was that they actually agreed beforehand to split the money. So I don't know if he actually got away with $100,000. But that still means that, like, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all the people who usually get some amount of prize money got nothing. And it was IEM's attempt to shake things up and be exciting. Personally, I didn't like it back then, and not just because the person I wanted to win didn't win. But it just, I don't know. It didn't feel like it was going to really draw in a bunch of attention. I mean, maybe it did for that particular time, but the amount of screwed over that the rest of the pro gamers felt for a 4-day event, I don't know if it was worth it. A Hero SOS asked here if you want to split, and Hero denied. Maybe that's what it was, yeah. Well, that's on Hero then. Anyway, Void Ray is coming out once again, and 2 gases are coming out as well. This time around, Raynor intentionally scouts with the Overlord. This is really just, like I said last game, most Zergs wouldn't bother doing this. They'd see the Oracle either pass by the Overlord or pass into their main and be like, oh, another Oracle, Like, that's all they really would depend on scouting a lot of the time. And in this case, he sends it before the Void Ray is out, so he gets that confirmation on 4 gases. Now that he's really 100%, totally, definitely scouted 4 gases, and it's going to be the same thing as last game, does Raynor change what he does? Again, it's still that dilemma that I was talking about. You can't just see this and go, I'm going to all in you, and you're going to lose. That's not how it works, unfortunately. If Zerg had Marines, then that's 100% how it would work, because you could shoot up. But you don't. So, you know, there are some builds that bring queens along, right? Like a German taxi or something, right? Sure. But even that's very difficult to say would work against someone who is going to get into Tempest so quickly, just because that range is really annoying. And SOS, if he gets a hint of what is going on, could, you know, wall and wall and wall and wall, and then the queens would be all by their lonesome, and yeah, I don't know if it would work. So I don't know what Reynor's going to try and do to nip this in the bud, but I would imagine that is his preference. He knows that he was dangerously close to losing last game. He was probably frustrated to have to play that game in general, considering, I guess, what I know about the guy, as well as what we're hearing from the other Zerg players. So nipping in the bud would be way better. But this is not just Tempests. SOS, knowing he was scouted, but maybe planning this anyway, because it's different, right? Like, the Void Ray might have been the scout. The Void Ray might have been the nod. And so you just throw the Void Ray and do something else. Like, that has happened in plenty of other games. The Fleet Beacon did still come down, though, so we know that it is somewhat intentioned to be Tempest eventually. But the Twilight Council actually came down as well. Resident Glaives is on the way. Raynor, if he's thinking totally and entirely about killing Tempests, is not going to have a ground army. Because this game, he didn't need... Well, no, he did actually get a Roshorn. Okay, but he's not going to get any army. So like last game, he's not going to get any ground army. But right now, he sees literally 1 Tempest. This is one Tempest for much longer than what he saw in the previous game. Unfortunately, he's still not quite picking up on what's being put down right now. Not until this very second. Creep's Tumor sees it. Thank God for the creep spread. Otherwise, the Adepts would 100% be through. They are still through, but their shade isn't through on top of the drones already, and that is a big difference. Not a lot of army here, but the Adepts taking the fight, are not killing the drones, giving time for the Queens to even add in their own damage, for the Lings to try and sacrifice for the greater good, and for the Roaches to actually pop out. Raynor was losing drones to the Tempest. Now he is losing drones to the Adepts, but he had been droning almost entirely for all that time, waiting for the Spire to finish. So he actually had a lot of drones to give to a certain amount anyway. Adepts are almost out of juice. Killing 18 drones is pretty good. Raynor is remaking them as I'm speaking. Tempest has been forgotten about by the looks of things. SOS did get the Fleet Beacon for literally one Tempest, and he will not be making any more in this game. Going on to Blink and +1. Very interesting pivot. The Spire feels a little sad at this point to make 200 Spire just for one Tempest. But SOS is a tricky guy. It'd be very difficult for Raynor to play this any better with the information he could gather. I mean, you might be thinking, why didn't he just go for Overlord speed? But even if he had, I mean, I don't think it would have been in time to actually scout. It'd be exceptionally early. And then that does take away some important resources in the early game. If there wasn't a downside to getting Overlord speed in every single game, people would get it every single game. Well, unfortunately for Raynor, I think what's most unfortunate for him is not the amount of drones that he lost, although that combines with this. It's just, at the end of the day, this means that he does have to face SOS, with SOS once again leading, whereas Raynor may have wanted to be the one to make the decisions, right? In this case, he is the one on the defense. Yeah, there are destructible rocks here. Raynor remembers that. And while it's going to take him a little while longer to actually kill those rocks, he does get around to it. Buying that time to get more reinforcements as well as those Ravagers. SOS has +1 attack on his Blink Stalkers. Raynor has +1 missile on his Roaches. Was trying to take a fourth base to the left. Was denied by the Void right now. Trying to take it to the right. Stalkers do not get the cancel there. And Raynor definitely getting to the point where the Roach... The Stalkers don't beat the Roaches. You know, the Stalker micro with Blink can be so powerful that, you know, you do expect to take on the Roach Ravager for a certain amount of time. But SOS is going to have to be a little careful. Raynor did not go for any decent amount of Lings, so there's no fear of being surrounded, so he should always be able to retreat. He's got a proxy gateway in the middle of the map, too, so he's reinforcing rather quickly. Fourth base coming up for SOS, getting charge and double upgrades, actually. Raynor goes for literally one muta. Uno muta. I'm not sure why, but he does. Focus fire there from the Stalkers on the Ravagers, the most expensive unit that he can get to. Raynor's Lings decide that they'd be best used elsewhere. Going after that fourth base and dragging the army back. SOS's pylon not quite done. Reinforcements are coming in, and they're actually even... That's actually a really nice warp in. So they stop the Lings from getting a totally full surround. Nonetheless, still having to cancel that Nexus. The Zealots will be used later down the line to probably go for run-bys. We are getting a little bit of that... I guess at this point, kind of old school, you know? But, you know, when Hero came back from military, what he showed us could be done. We're getting these double upgraded, faster expansions, ideally. Just pure ground force. Raynor was obviously playing during that meta, so he's familiar with it, but it might be a while since he last played it. Trying to get the Infestation Pit, +1 melee. Hydras are on the way as well, though not Lurkers. SOS is setting up those Zealots for that run-by that I was talking about. And the fourth base is back on the way. One Muta! Been killed by one cannon. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what happened there. Immune to his T, is it? So what else would he have hidden? I don't know. Maybe it was supposed to be a scout. A fairly expensive scout. I assume it's a misclick. Could be a last second change of decision. Seeing that many stalkers being aggressive is not the time to try and go Mutalisk. So. Could have been that too. Lurker down on the way alongside the Hive. This is... Lurkers don't have to be what totally stops this mass gateway style, but it oftentimes is. You know, we'll see a couple of games, or we saw past tense couple of games where, you know, Hero versus Solar. Solar would try so many different things, try and combat this, and lose every time 3 years ago. But one of the things he tried was Lurkers. And then the question was more, what was less do you get to Lurkers, and more how much you have by the time you get to Lurkers. You know, if you have 5 Lurkers and 5 Roaches, then that doesn't count. So that's the question that we're going to be asking literally right now, is Raynor is forced to defend. Unfortunately, not a great start for him. He didn't realize that SOS was ready to go in, so he did not pull away from those storms very quickly at all. Already losing so much army. Fortunately, built up a bank, and he is replacing it, but he's going to lose that 4th hatch. 5th hatch, going to be ignored. Okay. Should also be canceled. Okay. The Zealots are still going to waste their lives trying to get into the natural. Oh well. So that means the 4th base of Raynor is still available. She's going to play Whack-A-Mole Zerg. And Raynor is barely making the ends meet here. Just there haven't been a lot of engagements, I suppose, so he has been able to max out and accumulate that supply, despite being at a resource loss deficit. Now he's going to go into much better trading units. These Lurkers are going to be far more cost efficient and, well, just frankly far scarier. SOS is going to have a little more trouble just attacking directly into this choke, into the Lurkers. So he could try and split up his army while the Lurker count is low and they can't be used to just guard. But eventually that's also what the Lurkers will be good for. They will, you know, have maybe a spore up just in case DTs arrive, and, you know, then no Zealot run by will have a huge potential. And we're actually almost near that Lurker count already. Despite Raynor having trouble getting a consistent income, or at least it felt that way, he's actually doing fine. 8 Lurkers, about to become 11. They got 2-1 upgrades against SOS's 2-2, plus 3 attack almost done for the Protoss. 4 bases has been comfortable for SOS so far, but he probably wants to think about a 5th soon. Right now, he's got to think about this Roach run by. Raynor not just trying to get something done on SOS's side of the map, but he's also giving away those less useful units in a good exchange. That is also forcing SOS to retreat. He's got a recall. He wants to retreat, but then he's like, okay, but I don't really want to let you come to my side of the map with Lurkers, so I'm going to leave some of my army, but then I got to be really careful, because if you pounce on me and I'm not paying attention, then our army's going to die too. And this is just making SOS having a much harder time. What the freak is... Why is there 1 Corruptor? Who put that there? Was that the original 1 Corruptor? No. That was a 2nd Corruptor that was made. What? Don't know when that happened. Don't know why it happened. But it's over now. Roaches have been sacrificed and now replaced with a couple more drones, as well as bigger and better units. More Roaches looking to be replaced, attacking into this 4th, which is pretty well defended. I'm not sure they'll be as efficient. But again, SOS also, I think, let's start thinking about that 5th base. Mining out of his main and natural. 3rd also losing out in the mineral count. Oh yeah, these Roaches are pretty useless. Not what Raynor intended. Was maybe looking to set up something else alongside it. I just mistimed. A lot of Zealots waiting to head into that 4th or 5th now, I suppose. But the Lurkers are there. The Sim City is there as well. And this will just be less effective. This might mean there's an opportunity for the whole army of SOS to tackle the Lurker army. But not in that... No, not like this. Not like what the... This is so inefficient from SOS. That was a choke, first of all. Second of all, there was the fear of the spores killing the Observer, which barely didn't happen. But still. SOS could have at least broken these rocks before trying that. But I don't think he realized maybe how close the rest of the army was, or just how many lurkers were actually there. That's... because he can't have thought that was going to work otherwise. Well, that really sucks for SOS. Not just because that was completely inefficient, but because he has now opened up the floodgates. He has told Raynor, I no longer have a gigantic ground army controlling your movements, so that whenever you pick up your lurkers, I'll jump on it. No, he's saying, oh, please bring your lurkers over to my side of the map and kill me. Because whether I'm remaking a ground army or an air army, that's going to take a while, and you're going to get into all types of nasty positions, and I'm going to die. Of course, Raynor takes the opportunity. Now, SOS is almost maxed out again, as you can see. He had some bank. He knew that there would be some inefficient trades with the current situation that he had, and he was probably hoping to trade a little, replace with air. Trade a little, replace with air or immortals, and, you know, better units. But he lost everything all at once, and that's just the worst thing you can do. Bucks coming in as the High Templars haven't really been able to help out in the third as much. The lurker count is so high at 19. Good lord. The only thing you could hope for is that the air army pops out and eventually starts taking care of this. There aren't that many Hydras, so, you know, the Vipers, even if they abduct the air, might not be able to kill it, but it just isn't enough yet. Zealot's trying to buy some time. Do run past the lurkers on the 5th, and there is an opportunity in the natural. We got ourselves a good old-fashioned base race by the looks of things. That is SOS's real only plan here. His only option. Nidus Worm's coming down. That's interesting. I guess probably not for the base race, of course, but it might help out in the base race. Lurkers trying to divvy themselves up to try and attack as many places at once could be a weakness. But it also is just so damn difficult to track the lurkers. You're going to need an observer every which way that they go, and that's what makes it dangerous. Because honestly, these lurkers divvying themselves up could be bad for them. But only if SOS could track them all. SOS down in supply, but he has managed to get into the main base of Raynor. He's now got the high ground and the choke to work with. Also got a cloak, but we do have an overseer. Time warp on the ramp is pretty nasty, but it's only a time buying maneuver. Do we have a Nexus recall? I think we're going to need it. Either we don't have it or we don't think we need it. Okay, we do have it, but that's too late. That is far too late. SOS, you know, obviously in a very, very tough game, not making the absolute right decisions at absolutely right time. Can't blame him. But that was more and more of his army dead, and Raynor still has plenty of army left over. It's going to be the death push. The air army now has corruptors to contend with, so that's no longer the Hail Mary that SOS needed. And here comes the swarm. The swarm! Oh! Got a blinding cloud even. I listed all of these spells earlier on. Totally forgot that one. The Vipers were destroyed, I guess, in that engagement. But that's okay. SOS is about to be on no mining bases. His 5th killed, his 4th very oversaturated, although currently healthy. Not for long. Raynor, I guess his Spire was targeted at some point. So he is going to have to replace that just in case there's more air army than he thinks. So many probes. So many probes. This is SOS's last chance in the GSL, after all. This is the lower bracket. And he had to give it his all, but that is game, set, match, so on and so forth. Raynor will get the win, and he will go on to face Solar in a rematch. Okay, these are bots. Why am I being bot followed? What is happening here? Who unleashed the bots on my stream? This is like the 5th person who said, just followed. That's annoying. Ain't was first recorded in 1706 as a contraction of am not. That is a fun fact, thank you. Okie dokie. In the bottom left of Tokamak, we got Rainer. And in the top right, we do have Sola. This is a rematch. This is the final match of the day. Best of 3 to determine who advances in the GSL and who is out and has to try again in Season 2. In the last best of 3 they played, Solar was able to win it 2-1. And it was full of all-ins. Yeah. I expect something similar here. I didn't say it, and now it seems like I'm making it up. But I did want to pin Solar as the favorite for the first CVC of the day. I think he's pretty damn solid. There's nothing wrong with Rainer's EVZ either, though. I think I'm just thinking of a lot of past GSLs where Solar played some good ZVZ or the foreigners lost to Korean ZVZ. I think that's just like all kind of all coming together in my brain. Because I actually don't know what their head-to-head is. And I don't know what their statistics are, how good they are in ZVZ, although I imagine those statistics would be, there'd be a low sample size, right? So like, I don't know how much I'd even pin on that. If Soul's like 75% win rate and Rainer's 60, I don't even know if I would care. But yeah, as far as the history goes, it feels like Solar has knocked some hopefuls out, and ZVZ has been a culprit for Rainer more, but I might be totally misremembering. It's been a while. We had an 8-month gap of GSLs, and before that, honestly, there's just so much StarCraft. Even though I cast every single GSL replay that was released. But anyway, alongside it being 8 months ago on that topic, it's also just, it has been so long from seeing all of these players really play at their absolute peak form. Rainer especially. Solar actually does play in a decent amount of the online tournaments. Rainer's a little less so. So it's really up in the air. And just because 2-1 happened in the first series doesn't mean it's going to happen again in the second, or that it's going to favor Solar. So far, typical stuff. Third hatch on the way for both players. Look at that precise timing. Look at how identical it is. Oh! Not identical, actually. It was going to be, and the Rainer had to ruin it. He got drones first instead of hatchery. I wonder if that's actually better, though. Kind of feels like it would be better, wouldn't it? Drones actually mining a little bit quicker. The third hatch won't actually have any drones on it for a while. Man, is EDC an expert? I ain't no Zerg. Family for both parties has come in handy defensively, and we did even have Rainer attempt one Ling attack, you know, a swell of Lings, not necessarily an all-in. That's the game that he lost, game 2. And didn't actually include Baneling, so more often for the defense. I'm trying to stand more to be healthy and stuff. But, oh, I'm so unhealthy. Standing sucks. I'm gonna lean. When I was in Japan, I actually realized at some point the thing about Americans that I've heard. Apparently Americans lean on stuff more than other people. And, I mean, I wouldn't not believe that. I don't know. I haven't paid attention. But I was paying attention in Japan just all of a sudden because we were waiting at the crosswalk and I leaned on like a metal gate, you know, thing for the cars. And I was like, wow, I'm the only person leaning. We do lean a lot. That's weird. Shower thoughts, I suppose. Yeah, maybe leaning. Both players are getting a Roach Warren, but only one player... Oh, no, sorry. That's not a... Well... Both players are getting a Roach Warren. One person is getting a much faster Evolution Chamber because they're getting it at all. Solar is not going for an Evolution Chamber. He's getting some Overlords. And he does have a lot of supplies, so he's going to build a lot of Roaches, actually. Going for a lot of Roaches here. Raynor is going to need to figure this out somehow. Currently, he is building his own army, though. So this is actually already a very good sign. So, whether he figured it out or he's just, you know, doing the right thing at the right time. Only 5 drones up. Totally capable of defending anything Solar's going to throw at him. Solar does have a higher army supply and might be throwing it across the map, but it really doesn't look like it's going to work. You'd be better off going back into droning, and that's actually what he is doing. But he's already fallen behind, and even though he is going to catch up very soon, we do see that the blue here, Raynor's income, is kind of spiking. That's why edgy protagonist archetype is shown leaning, to emphasize rude defiance of convention. Oh man, I think you're onto something. All the bad boys and like animes, they all lean a lot, you're right. Oh my god. But it's so weird because like, how is leaning rude? How is it defying anything? Just to be comfortable. Why can't I just be comfortable? Anyway. There is no lair on the way for Solar. There is still no Evolution Chamber on the way for Solar. He is absolutely going to all in. And Raynor is going to need to start making army now. Busted out a couple more drones. Has a lair on the way. This lair will not help him in the defense. The drones might actually, but 2 more drones, like we're kind of eking to that point. We're just like a little more concerned every single time. But Roaches are also on the way. +1 will be done, and a couple of spine crawlers are also even on the way. So Raynor has detected this and is trying his best to defend, but he does have 12 more drones than his opponent. That is going to hurt his overall army supply. Hopefully the defense advantage can kick in for him. For Solar, hoping this is going to work out. Got a nice concave for both players. Raynor able to stop those lings from any type of surround. Banelings of Solar not quite able to impact the fight yet, and while they're usually not good against Roaches, of course any amount of splash damage is useful. They are good against structures, and they do help clear out that spine crawler, but that's a very limited number of units there for Solar left over. He's trying to flood with lings at this point, but the Roaches and Ravagers are going down. Raynor barely able to hold, but was just able to. And with this hold, he straight up just has more units on the field than his opponent, or at least on the front lines. He won't be vulnerable to being surrounded, not nearly as much as the previous game these guys played. Because at this point, even if the lings surround, the +1 missile, they're going down really fast, and there's nothing to take advantage of a ling surround. Solar recognizes that, he backs away, he's going to try and macro out of this, but I don't think that's going to be possible. Raynor didn't even have to pull the drones to hold on to that. He's still at 59 drones. So he's going to see with his Overlord, the army pull back. He's probably going to try and get a check on whether there's more army being produced or a couple of drones being produced. As you do see right now, he's building a spine crawler. Raynor is a little hesitant, I guess. Like, is he going to continue all-inning me? Looks like he had canceled his lair for that too, which is probably a good call. Rebuilding it, but now it is equally timed with Solar's. He still has that +1 missile. He still has that blue line on the income graph showing that he is favored here. Solar's going to try and get as many drones as possible before probably going back into army. He knows that he needs to catch up to Raynor at whatever drones he probably would have been at. And then maybe even go over a little more. Like, how he wants to play this, I guess. But that would be extremely risky. It's also the gamble that he has to make. Solar gambled with the all-in, didn't work, and now he has to gamble with, like, severe droning, or, you know, he can't. If he just makes more army, he's going to lose over time, right? So that's the one thing you don't really want to do. So either make a lot of drones, get to that perfect drone count, then make the army, and or add on this technology, which is the choice. The Spire is on the way in the back of the natural. Raynor, it's going to be denied seeing that, actually. Yeah. So, you know, it would make sense. I heard a changeling. Did he actually? No, okay. He doesn't know about the Spire, but it looks like Raynor's going to attack anyway. No particular timing on the attack, but he might just feel that this is a good time. Or he actually probably just saw the army, honestly. He's like, oh, that army's not good enough. I'm going to attack you. It's not maxed out. The upgrades weren't going to finish, but he saw a weak army, and he went for it, and that is Raynor winning game 1. Sick of standing. My headset's more painful than usual. My ears are bloated. Game 2 is going to be on Maganatha. In the top left, it is Solar. In the bottom right, it is Raynor. Oh, we got something very different. Oh boy, Solar. Gonna go for some cheese. No one's taking a picture of him, but he's gonna say cheese anyway. Raynor is gonna go for a more normal build, and that is, well, you know, a little scary. Most holds against pool first, like early pool first, although this is pool and gas. You know, they do happen with the other Zerg player going for a hatch first. You know, obviously it's easier if you didn't, but I would say a lot of the circumstances with the ZVZ, you know, the expectation is that hatch first into pool or gas pool, and then you're trying to kill that, but we see people hold against it all the time. It is more difficult, and it would be nice if Raynor wasn't doing this, but that's what, you know, it's the gamble of every ZVZ. Solar, totally dedicated to this. He is going to go into that speed. I mean, I guess he could have brought a Spine Crawler or gotten a Baneling Nest too, so maybe it's not the most dedicated, but it is going to be very early pressure. Eventually speed will kick in, and then that's going to cause a whole other set of problems if Raynor even survives the first Link attack. We're simply waiting for these lings to appear, circumventing the Overlord scouts of Raynor.
Warning. Full infamous programs detected in comm server 04.
Thank you very much, Dead Hand, for the 5 gifted subs. As we now get the lings showing themselves. Raynor pulls away immediately. No use to keep those drones down there. Now, he is eventually going to confirm what build it is. You can pull the drones and try and hold on to your hatchery. I'm not sure this is going to work, though. That doesn't seem like enough drones. Or enough lings, or both. And then speed also kicks in, meaning that Solar can get a far easier surround. Yeah, so Raynor... That kind of looked like he was going to give up on the hatchery, and thought, like, well, maybe, because the queen's going to pop out, maybe I can hold it, and then he, of course, had to give up on the hatchery anyway, because he already was building a Baneling Nest. So his best hope is to macro out of this, actually. If he had speed himself, then counter-attacking might be an option, and he would have the Baneling technology, but without speed, there's really no counter-attack. So the only option for Raynor is to rebuild that hatchery, bring a spine crawler down, and then the banelings will protect him from further Ling aggression. That is pure Ling anyway. But Solar is going to get all this time to build up the drones, knowing that he has map control. So he can just build drones, doesn't have to worry about the counterattack. And then obviously he's going to have better saturation because he actually has a natural hatchery. Raynor, on the other hand, has to be a little concerned about everything. So he has to be concerned that Solar is macroing, is building a lot of drones. And he has to be concerned that Solar could be building a lot more Lings and holding them up somewhere and trying to just outnumber the banelings, you know, and out-micro the banelings. That's less likely. This is a pretty solid setup now. Raynor with a baneling or two, a spine crawler, a queen. You know, pretty unlikely that Solar would try and bust this, but what you got to consider. Solar's not going to have to move his Lings anytime soon. Although, well, speed is finishing, so I take that back. Solar is going to have to move his Lings. Tries to get a last-second scout. Spine crawler should take this out. Yep. So that Ling was never going to get very far into the base, but wouldn't have had to. There is an evolution chamber right on the front. That would have given him some information. These two Lings will definitely see that. I mean, the upgrade was nowhere near completion anyway, so there was a bit of time where Solar could get a scout, and he got one very early on. Certainly not for missile. The Carapace, even though you might know it's on the way, again, it's nowhere close. Obviously, Carapace in Ling versus Ling lets you actually tank one baneling to the face. Still severely injures your Lings, though. But it also will contribute to a Roach push. Roaches also benefit from it. And we can see that combo a little later down the line. Currently, Solar, you know, forced to take a threat of a Ling baneling attack seriously. Has to make a couple of his own banelings. A little ring around the rosy. Nicely done by Raynor to save that baneling. But more scouts coming in. It's going to see the third hatch is actually Solar's Overlord's not quite in position. Doesn't fix that yet with all the APMs he's had to use. Roachhorn done for Solar as he grabs his own third hatch. Roachhorn down for Raynor. He's already at 42 drones, and the +1 Carapace is almost done, so this is where he's going to bust out those roaches. 2 Overlords could be picked off if the Queen's allowed to get away with it, but she might need a help. Hatchery is completed for Raynor. Now the object is to keep it alive. This is very dangerous. The roaches will have to reveal themselves to help out with the hatchery. I mean, I guess he's all-inning anyway, basically. And while the hatchery alive means that there's some wiggle room, you know, if he attacks and kills 5 drones and then backs away and he has a third hatch, I guess that kind of does equalize things. Yeah, with the third hatch actually dead, that is no longer as realistic of an option. Solar is able to get the hatchery and escape with a lot of Lings, which will be helpful in the upcoming attack, even though they're not, you know, usually the most important thing in Raynor's attack. I mean, it already is kind of... Yeah, it's already lackluster. Solar has had plenty of time to respond. Solar basically got away with everything right there. He killed the hatchery, he saved his units, and he got, well, I guess enough units to defend, not only defend though, also attack his opponent. So he's just gotten everything he wanted to, which is not droning, to be specific. Solar is not building drones. Raynor is at 51 drones, still no third hatch. Solar's at 39. Raynor's going to have some trouble here. I think he knows it's on the way, seeing the lack of drones or just the amount of army at the front. And he is trying to build up his own. Spine crawlers having to be made as well. He does have this upgrade. So there's a chance for a hold, but it's a 30 army supply difference. One spine's done, 2 are on the way. One of them's going to have to be canceled, killed. Second spine crawler done, willing to give up his third hatch yet again. Or just having to give up his third hatch. Raynor builds a second Roachhorn? I'm not sure that's what he meant to build. I hope he doesn't think it's a Spire that's on the way. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe Raynor still loses no matter what. So the spines have been broken. The Queen's desperately running away. Drones pulled into the fight. Solar just simply had too much. Even his corrosive bile's hitting now in the limited micro room for Raynor. Yeah, Yeah, that's Solar's game. Maybe he thought the Roachborn would be picked at, that Solar wouldn't actually pull the trigger, which, you know, it does go down, so I guess that is just a backup Roachborn. But as I said, it doesn't matter whether it was or it wasn't. It's not particularly helpful when you're down a hatchery and 11 drones, although you do have a 2 upgrader advantage. That's usually pretty damn significant. And why Raynor probably has not tapped out of the game. These Lings are going to cause some problems with the mining, but they're also going to get a scout. You know, there is one thing that could have been built, and that is a Spire that would cause Solar some problems. He has entirely withdrawn, and if a Spire was finished, and even 5 meters were on the way, you know, that does complicate matters. I don't think it necessarily puts Raynor in a good position, but it would complicate things. He'd have to worry about his Overlords dying. He'd have to, you know, worry about really attacking across the map, even though 5 meters don't do a lot of damage. You still don't want all that free damage on your roaches. But it's not, so he has nothing to worry about. This is a very direct game. Wow. Esports Makeup, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Long time no see. I feel like this Overseer from Raynor is just confirming how screwed he is. Raynor hoping that upgrades will help him a lot. Hey, Banelings collects 9 drones. That is not bad. All these things are beautiful. If he wasn't already so damn behind. Yeah, GG. GG. Solar will strike back. Is this how it happened last time? It was Raynor 1, Solar 1, and then Solar 2-1? Yes, Dimitri's very chill. And now the final game of GSL Group A. On ley lines, we got Raynor in the top right and Solar in the bottom left. So I think this is how it went down in the first series. Raynor won the first, then Solar won the next 2. See if that trend continues. There is this idea that there is a curse on the rematch for GSL, which I honestly am a believer. Not in curses, but just it makes sense. After an initial match, initial series, maybe one person didn't quite warm up or didn't remember how the other guy played or whatever other reason, I suppose. And then, you know, was able to come back. And that makes a lot of sense when you consider 2 people are pretty closely matched. If one person really is just better, then no, they're not going to win the second rematch. But I think in this case, you know, they are very closely matched. And all the curse could be in effect. But I mean, I certainly don't recall the exact details of all the builds they did in the first series. I don't know how much you can try to continue reading into it. Maybe if Raynor thought Solar was going to be more of a macro guy, now he's like, okay, no, he's just as likely to all-in me. But I don't think that would have been his first thought anyway. It's ZVZ. And everyone cheeses. Everyone all-ins. So, I'm not going to say it's down to luck, but I don't know. May the best man win. They're very, very close, obviously. Bringing it to game 3 both times, but only one person can advance to the next run of the GSL. And the other one will have to try in Season 2, which will be happening pretty damn soon. They're trying to get both seasons done before EWC, because the winner of both GSLs goes to EWC. A very typical start for both players. Confirmations on the hatcheries go down, and they bring the Overlord back. Pet the kitty? Way though. So what the hell are you doing? Dimitri's not in a mood to be pet right now. That's his polite way of saying no thank you. Before I started stream, I pet him and he was, you know, pushing against my hand, but now he's politely saying no thank you. Cats, am I right? Third hatch for both players now. I am a little surprised at a 6 ZVZs. We haven't seen someone trying 2 base. Again, I'm really not sure what the meta is. Obviously, some of these maps are perfectly capable of walling off the natural fairly quickly as well. So I guess if I had seen 6 ZVZs coming, I would have guessed 1 would have been 2 base, Roach Warren, Evolution Chamber on the front, and then any amount of shenanigans that happen behind that. Just because it starts off that way doesn't mean that's actually what happens, but that's kind of the point and why it can be a clever addition to a best of 3. Solar just seconds later to the Roach Warren. And they're both doing about as standard of a ZVZ build as you can get. Didn't mean to let that Baneling explode. Gonna have to replace it. Evolution Chamber for Raynor. He does seem to be more prone to getting this Evolution Chamber. His Solar likes to threaten an attack. It does have room for roaches, but drones are coming out. Raynor does want to see it. And is being put down. Or should be. Uh-oh. Okay, he does notice. Okay. It's a little worried he wouldn't notice, and then it would be very, very late. As Solar moved out with a handful of lings, Raynor had to respect that. Raynor still hasn't seen it. It was canceled anyway. Oh, oh, maybe he was just worried about an attack. Maybe he's just worried about lings coming in. Okay, now he's just let his... Okay, okay, I see. Oh, it didn't work, though! Oh, no! Oh, so he was trying to get a ling block, I think is what happened, so that the scout couldn't come in. And then he just put his queen and some lings on hold position. But the ling just got through as if there was nothing there anyway. So a full scout went down. I mean, that scout, you know, it revealed not terribly much. Which, another cancel? I guess he doesn't like where... I don't even know. I don't know. Something about the Sim City for that one, for sure. But I was trying to say, Raynor didn't actually get to see like a layer timing or you know, any hidden technology, because there isn't any. But that's kind of a scout in itself, of course. More scouting coming down with this ling run by once again that just goes in and goes right back out. Did not see the lair. You know, if you see a lair in Evolution Chamber, that does tell you they're not going to attack, I guess, that soon. Oh, I thought this might actually be a bit of a macro game. I think he did. I think that would have been too close for roaches. It was like here, I guess, or here or something like that. I mean, that must be why he did it. the second or third time, or however many times he canceled that. We got roaches and lings on the way. So Solar getting a lot of things that shot a macro game, including even Overlord speed. Raynor did not go for it. I'm paying a lot of attention to Raynor scouting. Let's check out Solar's. Not much, not much. You saw an Evolution Shaper in the back. And as I had said, Raynor had been more prone to going for the upgrade, even if that upgrade was for an eventual all-in still. So that must be what Solar was thinking. Solar now trying to defend, trying to get enough units. He is 14 drones above his opponent, however. That is pretty nasty. Ravagers were created in the nick of time, but they don't have a lot of protection. They will be vulnerable. Corrosive Biles trying to buy some time. Collide with only a couple of those roaches. Ling's not getting us around. Raynor, he sees the opportunity. He's going to go for it. Spinecrawler's finishing, but perhaps a little bit too late. Corrosive Biles once again trying to hit something juicy, but a good split from Raynor. And this looks like game over. There's so many roaches here for Raynor. Solar just did not realize what was on the way. And that's all it takes. Raynor will clutch out GSL advancement. And Solar gets all these upgrades that are going to finish. They're just now completely useless. He will be knocked out of his hometown tournament. There are many other ways that people can advance the EWC, worth noting, as if your favorite player lost today. It's not just the GSL that's providing spots. There will also be online qualifiers, one of which is Korea only, and one of which is totally global. So, and we might see some players go to Dallas as well. But yes, Solar is knocked out of the GSL, and Raynor will advance. GG's to Raynor and Cure. That was just one group, guys. Cyril has not been confirmed EWC. Clem is the only one who's been confirmed. Because he won last year. The rest of the qualifiers haven't happened. Cyril might go to Dallas. I think he's going to the Bulgaria tournament, so he might win there. Of course, it's cat hair on the mic. See how many cats I have? I'm going to play an ad break and let you guys zoom in on my cat as I go grab some water before we begin Group B. Don't move, damn it. Good job, Dimitri. Cat's taking a little 10-hour nap. Hello, Dimitri. You're not as unimpressed as you look. He's actually a very lovable kitten. He's just being a little snooty today. All right. Let me change my stream title. Group B cast. Who's in this group? Maru, Trigger. Rogue and Nightmare. Okay. Now we're good to go. We got ourselves a TVP for the start of Group B. In the top right, it is Maru. And in the bottom left, we got Trigger. Trigger being the other non-Korean representation in GSL. We just saw Rainer make it through in second place of Group A, just barely. Him and Kira made it through. Now we'll see who today will make it through. Maru, Trigger, Nightmare, or I've already forgotten. That's amazing. I just had it. Or Rogue. Nailed it. Obviously, Maru is coming in as the favorite of this group, and then I guess Rogue would be the second favorite. That's actually kind of weird. Obviously, if this was 6 years ago, Rogue is 100% the favorite, although he also is bombed out of a couple of GSLs in the first round. But let's just say, 100% he would be. But 2025? I don't know if Rogue is really the second favorite. I mean, I'm not jumping to saying that Trigger or Nightmare are. I feel like the rest of them outside of Maru are kind of equally possible in winning or advancing out of this group, I should say. I think Maru wins the group. Even though Maru has had some problems, he has had, one or two of his own bad GSLs, but they are pretty rare. He also has been dealing with a lot of shoulder stuff, apparently so much so that he's actually just not going to go to military. I think that's way worse than I thought it would be. I didn't even know that was possible. I thought they just, put you on like a desk job or something and said, suck it up, soldier. But, so he's obviously been dealing with some stuff. And, with that in mind, I think you could absolutely go to a lot of Maru surprise losses and point to his injuries. I have no problem with that. I still think Cyril's the GOAT. Let's just get the YouTube comment going with some controversy. But you could definitely say, like, okay, Maru can't do this because he's probably really hurting that day. And I've asked him in the past, there's one time where I said, why don't you just show this style all the time? It's like mass bio versus Zerg style. You seem to only do it every once in a while. And he was like, literally just depending on how I feel. And he meant like physically how he felt, like if his hands could move fast. So what's really astonishing is that he is way above average, with apparently dealing with a very consistent shoulder clavicle problem. I don't know exactly what it is. But yeah, pretty impressive. Anyway, so Maru's the favorite. Trigger is kind of, I guess, the underdog because he's a foreigner. Because that's how we still talk about StarCraft even 15 years after the fact. So, and I think it's still relatively fair. For the most part, you would still say that like the amount of Korean pro gamers left are better than maybe an average of some of the other countries, but it's dwindling every day basically. And so even the guys who returned back, like a Rogue or an SOS, who at one point were 100% favorites, now you actually would say, there's tons of foreigners who could beat them. So it definitely is changing, but yeah. Trigger, I think, has the ability to surprise people, but I think I'm on Maru. But he also has the ability to throw, let's be real. Being, North American, I suppose it's in his blood or something, I don't know. But it also means that he has really fun games. He will get into sticky positions of his own creation, just didn't do something right. But he will have some really fun games where he either almost makes a comeback or successfully makes a comeback. And they did, past tense anyway, they did seem to happen a lot in this matchup. But I don't know if it'll happen specifically against Maru. Generally, when it comes to foreigners versus Korean Terrans, it's still a bit of imbalance. And when you're talking about Maru as the Korean Terran, it's pretty damn imbalanced. One stalker already going down. This is Maru's opener, guys. And while it is a bit of a surprise, it's got a little bit of power to it. You're not really supposed to lose a stalker like that. I was just scouting for something like this. It scouted it, and it died for it. Probe going to be sacrificed. Nexus further delayed because of that. Unfortunately. The Nexus already having to be canceled by just that little drop is, frankly, less than ideal. I know it came in guns blazing, so it looks really awesome, but it's really not uncommon to see a factory expand medevac drop. Little different to use it to just aggress onto the third base, so you do have to keep that in mind, give Trigger a little credit, but subpar so far for Trigger, because we're really just trying to play the most perfect game ever against one of the best players in the world ever. Stalker's trying to get in the front again to see if something exactly like this is on the way. Maru apparently not going to give Trigger any time to breathe. I know this is two base versus a potential third, but this feels so relentless. It feels like it started from the very beginning of the game. Trigger needs to cancel his third base again. Maru is giving up stim and combat shields for a while to do this, but it's doing plenty of damage. Plenty. Good refocus fire to get the medevac, but it's still so much DPS from even unsieged tanks. I mean, and the Banshee is also great DPS. It's not being target fired. There just simply isn't enough here for Trigger. I don't know what he started off with. I did not look. I don't know if he started off with 2 or 3 gateways, but now he's at 4. It's too little too late. This is like a throwback almost. Like when sometimes non-Koreans go to GSL, and you know, obviously people were excited, but they did think they had very low chance of winning. And then the Koreans would just make mincemeat out of them. You know, like they took it personally that a foreigner was in GSL. This felt like one of those games. I'm just trying to see exactly where it all started, man. Depp got in, got a scout. You know, it's on 111 though, so it's not. That could have been a cyclone. Or a transfer over into a Raven even. You know, that's not telling you the whole story. This is, I said, not uncommon, but the direction of it is a little uncommon. Trigger was probably more so setting up the scout and medevac, intending to head to his main or something. So the third Nexus gets canceled here, which is almost never happens. Because of that, it's further laid with the probe sacrifice. Because of that, the third Nexus isn't done by the time this attack happens. Trigger is waiting for Blink to get on the field. He is going into a pretty fast robotics bay. And he is only on 2 gateways as well, so that had hurt his chances. I mean, the Nexus wouldn't have been done, I don't think. It would have been maybe at 80% finished. Yeah, maybe he could have gotten a shield battery faster. I think he was kind of greedy. He was greedy, and I think Maru picked up on it. Maru was like, you're only 2 gating. And you've already like had your Nexus canceled once. Let me just push all my units out and kill you. I always feel like that memory is always Terrans and injury problems. It's often Terrans. More often than the rest. I wonder why. Is it because Terran is truly the hardest race? Maybe. Game 2 is going to be an Ultra Love. Maru took a swift victory against this guy, Trigger. Trigger was greedy, though. He was. And it feels bad to say that, because it's not like he was insanely greedy. I would say 2-gate is, can be kind of greedy. If you think your opponent's going to be early aggressive, kind of nonstop, then a 3-gate's far more safe. But then he also did grab that very fast robotics bay. And I think that kind of combined together did make it fairly greedy. And then that combined with Maru's tenacity, yeah, that just made it look really, really bad. Doesn't happen that way very often, though. There are plenty of games where Protoss player absolutely gets away with a 3rd base on 2 gates. It's a very common build. And the Terran player will factory expand and have some amount of aggression, but they might not go towards the 3rd. The medevac heads to the main, might kill 6 probes, might kill 2. Not quite sure, but doesn't touch a 3rd. Then the follow-up tank push might happen, but a lot of times I would say that also is like, I guess it can sometimes be equally scary for the Terran to do that. And so you might not see it. You might just see that tank nice, hold up in the natural, right? Protecting itself against any blink attacks. But with the Banshee, that does scream intentional. The tank can be a byproduct of just this is the build, this is how you defend, but it also can attack, of course. The Banshee is more of what screams Maru wanted to get aggressive. The power units there individually aren't that powerful, a single tank, a single Banshee, but when you add in just a couple of extra Marines or a medevac or whatever, then suddenly it does become quite a difficult defense, and that only gets more difficult if you've not had a perfect game up until then. I'm trying to say that game doesn't happen often. So I know it's, that looks shockingly bad for Trigger. But it really doesn't happen that often. I feel like you can't really blame him for trying to do what he did. And even maybe get a little surprise of his own, because that was a very fast robotics bay. He just couldn't get to it. That does mean that from here on out, Trigger probably 3 gates. The fear of it might be too real, although the map might have also played a part. That last map was pretty quick. Main base to natural. This might be bigger. Still, like, do you want to risk it? This guy's out for your blood, apparently. It's a difficult decision to make, I would suppose, in competition. There's sometimes sticking with your guns and doing the best of 3 strategy that you set up is absolutely the right call, and you're rewarded for it. You win 2-1. And then sometimes, you look back at it and you're like, well, why didn't I change my plans? Like, that was dumb of me. I should have responded in some way. It's very tough. But one thing's for certain, even the way that I'm talking, is that Maru has just established himself as an incredible overdog. He has instilled the fear of a Korean Terran into Trigger and into the fans. Because that was brutal. And he will probably feel a lot of confidence off of that. I mean, I'm not sure Maru feels a lot. But he will probably understand that he is the supposed winner. And when you get that feeling, when you feel like they're untouchable even, you feel like you can do anything and it works. And for Maru, that's often what happens. Reaper does die, I think before it's scouted. Yeah, it didn't scout the gateway. That is a 3rd gateway. Shield battery on the high ground as well. Robo now coming down. I think Trigger very much is changing his plans based off of the last game. Trigger doesn't know anything else besides that there was a barracks made for Maru, so the Banshee is going to be a surprise. Fortunately, his build is fine against Banshees, if the Observer's in place. And that is usually the difficult part. Having the Observer in the right place at the right time. Their Nexus is coming down, but this is so much safer for Trigger. And he won't even be getting that quick of a Warp Prism. You'll see Max Packs do a lot of 3 gates, and he'll get the Robo with a Warp Prism so that he can attack as well as defend, and he often attacks, right? The Trigger, I don't know if he's going to do that. He's going to get Observer first, so I guess not. Which means he's not going to have that same possible threat in the main. His Stalkers, no! Okay, thank God he figured it out. It's still bad, though. It's still bad. Those stalkers were supposed to see the incoming attack, kill the cyclone, kill a couple of SCVs, start picking off some Marines, and instead they don't see the army, and he has to recall and defend at home. It's just less ideal. Fortunately, I think he has enough stalkers to defend. Where's the observer? Where's the observer? Observer is in the main. He didn't know it was a Banshee, but it looks like he did. Maybe he studied some previous Maru replays on this map. Unfortunately, the Banshees didn't come in for harassment. They came in for an attack. He's just trying to get to a second observer instead. Oh, he has to cancel the Nexus. This should have been a very easy defense, actually. If his stalkers had seen the incoming attack, his observer probably would still be out of place because he'd be probably convinced that the Banshees were going to come in from the side as the attack headed towards the third. Because that's oftentimes the plan, right? So the observer probably would have been a problem, but again, he could have killed the SCVs, he could have killed the Cyclone, he could have jumped on top of the Marines, he could have just simply delayed the push. Maru would have had to respect the stalkers. And then you don't lose the third. You maybe still lose some more stalkers than you should have, because the Banshees get free shots, but you don't lose the third. Never lucky. Well, it's not a 6-minute kill, but Maru is certainly winning. Trigger's gonna try and stay the course. Get his Nexus up. Get his +1. Prepare the gateways. He's already got charge. He could go after the tank.
Our pylon is under attack.
Oh, the double Banshee. Oh, a little bit of Artosis pylon right there. A little bit. Fortunately, not connected to the forge. I think that would be the worst one to lose. Kind of sucks these Banshees are still being a problem this late in the game. Trigger also, again, losing stalkers on the front. Here comes Maru's push. Death is coming. And Trigger cannot stop it. Oh no. Seen some miracle comebacks from Trigger before. Zealots go on the back, trying to get on top of those tanks. Finds the reinforcing one, actually. Leaves the front tanks open, in fact. This is one of the best fights you could ever hope for. Nicely done by Trigger, showing some life. Unfortunately, still forced to be pushed back. Upgrades done for both players, actually, but the Zealots were getting chopped down. Auto turrets also would have provided a lot of damage. Recharge on a sentry right there. Guardian shield would be helpful. Maru's not done yet. Maru is 2-basing currently. I mean, he actually could even pull the SCVs. Might not need to. Might not need to. Zealots are going down. Zealots are being trapped behind stalkers. Can't believe the Banshee is still helping, by the way. The Zealots are going down. Trigger, one thing he was not able to do while he was preparing for this push was get a good probe count. I mean, he's at almost saturation, I guess, on all 3 bases. Mineral-wise, I guess, that's okay. But it didn't happen very quickly. So he is kind of running out of steam at this point. Trying to also afford a Colossus, which is very useful, so I don't think it's wrong. But his Zealot numbers are getting thinned out. SCVs were pulled! Hey, there it goes! Get him out of here. And we're out of force fields. Recharge is available. Could be used. Could buy some more time. There you go. Yeah, no, still useful. Oh, well, I mean, that was particularly useful, but 2 force fields could still be useful. That well, maybe not. I don't know. As long as it's more of a choke, the Colossus will get more damage. The Zealots, though, not really wanting to attack into a choke. It's a little double-edged sword, isn't it? Colossus will be saved thanks to a shield battery that was just precisely timed. But again, we're running so low on the fodder here. Second Colossus is out, but is it stuck? Oh my god, it was stuck! Oh no! That second Colossus would have been huge! That second Colossus, if it had actually joined in on the fight before everything else died, would have been huge! I can't believe he got stuck. This map decides to just add insult to injury. And that'll be that. Maru will 2-0. Trigger put up a lot more of a fight in the second game, for sure. That damn Colossus. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Which cat do you guys want to see? There's this one. And there's this one. And that's Ziggy on the mic right now. Hey, 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 hey. Be chill. Okay, well, Dimitri left, so you're stuck with this one. Whoopsie daisy. No one saw that. Don't worry about it. It's okay. You can go back to sleep now. Second best of 3 here is going to be between Rogue and Nightmare. Starting off on Tokamak. Many of you might be familiar with Rogue. He is not as good as he once was. He's still good, but he's not dominant. Some of you might still be unfamiliar with Nightmare despite a couple of good runs from this Protoss player. He, very long time ago, very long at this point, on a map called Cactus Valley, he once did a 2-base DT Blink build before anyone thought DT Blink was good. Let me tell you a story from my time. Once upon a time, Dark Templar Blink was seen as a meme. No one believed that it would be useful. No one thought of making 7 of them to go kill a planetary. No one was trying to blink behind Marines to get a little force field. It just wasn't a thing. I thought it sounded crazy when I heard it because I thought it would be abusive. And then when it came to the live game, people were like, it's stupid. How wrong those people were and how right I was. Anyway, so back when it was just a stupid thing no one got, this guy, he 2-base DT blinked Gumiho, showed up with like 420 DTs or something insanely early. Maybe it was even 1-base actually. And jumped on top of a tank and killed it and then killed Gumiho. And that's how Nightmare first made his name. Nightmare has played since then. That was about 2016. That was like beginning Legacy of the Void. He has played since then, but he has not made as much of a mark since then. He did have a very, very, very cool run that unfortunately was not broadcast in DreamHack Austin, I think, or Dallas, whichever one it was by that time, where we weren't there. The casters were in Sweden. That one. Because he had a really good run. He went down to the lower bracket, elimination bracket that is, and he beat like a bunch of really good players and almost made it out of the elimination bracket from like stage 1, which is incredible. But it wasn't broadcast, so womp womp. He's then done some cool things. He's caused some upsets. I think people do recognize him, but it's just not as... He hasn't made a huge mark. You know, he's not gotten to a finals. He's not upset someone in a round of 8, I think. Yeah, it's not too much, but he's got potential. And we're kind of facing, I mean, I know it sounds kind of silly because Nightmare's been playing for at least 10 years, I just pointed out, but we're kind of talking about like an old dog in Rogue versus the up-and-comer, kind of. The loose term of up-and-comer, but stick with me. In that I think they might be evenly matched. Because Nightmare is probably more on the up and up, and Rogue is probably more on the down and down. Although that's overselling how, like, you know, much worse Rogue is since his military. He's still very good. One thing I think will benefit Rogue far greater than any actual skill, which sounds mean, but I think his experience will win out in matches like this. Now, his experience being in clutch scenarios, his ability to be a very fearsome all-inner, and that's totally the meta of ZVP right now, and Nightmare being the type of person who has a couple of neat tricks up his sleeve, but does on occasion kind of throw it away. So, Void Ray pops out, Twilight Council's on the way. This could be one of those neat tricks that I'm alluding to, and it might seem really good, and then it might, you know, he might miss micros Adepts or something. And that's exactly what it is going to be, Resonant Glaives. You can get Resonant Glaives after an Oracle as well, but the Void Ray obviously guarantees it's a little more shrouded in mystery. The Overlord has no chance of scouting this. It could be something worse, especially if Rogue watched Group A's games where SOS went for 4 gas, 2 base Tempest. Right now, Rogue's just deflecting the Void Ray as it bothers him a little bit. Trying to look for Overlords, actually. Rogue's trying to hide his currently. Nightmare is grabbing a 3rd base, and Rogue has no idea that it is Twilight Council. Well, this could be bad for Rogue. Still building drones, getting a lair, an evolution chamber, and a roach warren. Has the possibility of a wall. Ling's going to try with its dying breath to confirm that 3rd, by the way. Technically hadn't seen it, I think. Does see it, but doesn't see the amount of Adepts. Also, with the 2 Adepts, maybe, that are usually guarding the 3rd. It does not see the mass amount of Adepts that have actually been produced. Moving on to Blink immediately from this, and a Chrono as well. Could be a very quick follow-up, too, so if the Adepts don't do damaging damage, maybe the Stalkers will. The Adepts, they do come in from a pretty far away point, so the Creep is actually able to warn Rogue pretty far in advance. And he should have gotten a wall. Yeah, okay. Okay. That was actually a very clever wall. I had my doubts, but Rogue got it. And that means the Adepts are not actually that great. The drone successfully pulled away, the wall was successful, and the Adepts, they can't do much more. Rogue with a very, very good emergency response. Very good. Pretty sick, actually. Lings are going to be looking for maybe reinforcements. It's actually going to be a proxy gateway, and that's going to be a great find. Yeah, he's going to be able to cancel that. Definitely cancel that. It's also going to tell the intentions of Nightmare. Nightmare is clearly thinking of that immediate follow-up that I was talking about, and now Rogue has a much better idea that that's what's going on. With 2 pylons, it looks like the Lings are going to bother trying to stop this. They're going to let the Roaches handle it, because the wall is handling the Adepts, basically. Well, the Adepts actually left, so there you go. And the Roaches are going to try and get this canceled, which is good if they don't die. Blink 7 seconds away. These Roaches scuttling as fast as they can. Scuttle, 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 scuttle. That could have been worse. That could have been worse. Still got the delay on the proxy gateway. Trash talking a bit. I'm not sure he could build a simple wall. I mean, I wasn't sure, as in I don't know how the wall works. Not like I don't know Rogue kind of sucks. No, that's not what I was saying. I was saying I really didn't know if that was going to be a wall. But the Spore Crawler is perfectly sized, I guess, right? To allow drones to get through it, but not Adepts. And that's why I think it's so cool. A lot of the times when it comes to an emergency response of Adepts, we do see the panicked drone building evolution chamber here. The fact that he had the foresight to bring that Spore Crawler that he built to the front as soon as he saw the Adepts was really, really good. And Nightmare is in a ton of trouble. Nightmare tried to 1-2 punch this guy, and none of the punches worked. It's a 0-0. Rogue now has a bit of a open field. He's going to go into Tunneling Claws, 1-1, Burrow, Hydralisk Den, and Infestation Pit. Jesus, so that's what I was trying to say. He can do whatever he wants. I thought he would just all in, because Rogue's kind of like that, but he's going to do the best of both worlds. Going to get an attack going, and he's going to have some pretty damn good macro on the backside, well, once he builds drones anyway. Currently really prioritizing the technology. He will eventually need more drones. But oh my god, he catches all the High Templars. Oh, Wave of War Storm's done. Only one merge of an Archon. Stalkers had no idea where the roaches went to. Nightmare had 0 scouting. And that's going to be it. Man, Nightmare... The potential was so high for his build. But it was, at the end of the day, you know, it was terrible. I think the idea was pretty cool. It almost feels like the Adepts coming in from the left was actually the biggest problem, where Rogue also very wisely made sure to spread his creep, I think, with the most emphasis. I think this was farther back at the point of the Adepts. So the Creep Tomb are able to see it far in advance. The Adepts will go either very far to the left or very far to the right to avoid being seen, right? And they're going to go toward a mining base, and that third base is the only one that's up at that time. So it makes a lot of sense, but still, it gave Rogue so much time to respond. And then the follow-up, I mean, maybe the follow-up could have worked if it wasn't for the pylon kills too, actually. Like, Rogue was all over this, man. A very well played game 1 from Rogue, who is now up 1. And the top left, Nightmare. Nightmare, you know, is clearly just entirely based off of this build order execution. You know, there wasn't a lot of change-ups he could do on the fly, or that he wanted to do, of course. Like, this is a good plan. Hit him with the Adepts, and then hit him with the Stalkers. And the Adepts, they have, like, a pretty good chance to do something to the Zerg. Even if they don't get into every single mineral line and kill 30 drones, they usually have a good chance of doing something. They force drone pulls off of minerals. They force... you know, usually like something like 6 drones die because it's just so difficult to track where all the Adepts are. They force some more army response too, like a real panicked, like, okay, well, I need more army to track all them across all 3 bases, and then I need to worry about losing, you know, small sections of my army to the Adepts, right? Sometimes 8 Adepts find 2 roaches, kill that. I need to decide if I want to start droning in preparation, you know, or do I want to just maybe all in from this because it's actually already hurting me. It's just usually something. It's not usually nothing. And something would have still led to a pretty good chance of the Stalkers doing a lot. But it was nothing. It is nada. The fact that Rogue even got the Spore Crawler wall so that the drones could escape, but the Adepts couldn't follow, is again making it nothing. Because usually the emergency wall comes down with the evolution chamber, and some poor X amount of drones get caught behind it, and they're like, oh no. And that didn't even happen.
Received. Apparently you are doing something right, Captain.
So an incredible defense. And I was talking about Rogue being the aggressor, Rogue being all in, Rogue not being as as great as he once was. He was at one point certainly one of the... He's actually still kind of one of the contenders of GOATs, but he is a very good player. He was one of the world's best a while ago. But he just proved kind of with that defense. You know, maybe you think all offense, yeah, he can definitely trip the other guy up. But it was just defense. It was just good defense, macro, strategy, calm. He does also still have the potential of a very nasty all-in, too. So you're kind of showing the best of both worlds. You're showing that you're a well-rounded player at this point. And if Nightmare was thinking, okay, first I'll do the 1-2. I'll adept him into the blink. Then I'll win that game. Got it. Nailed it. Then I'll do, you know, another Void Ray opener to confuse him into, you know, the Tempest thing that SOS did earlier. Well, now you have to kind of rethink that. Because clearly Rogue isn't just going to be blindsided by aggression and tricked easily, if that's what Nightmare was hoping for. I don't think Nightmare is not respecting Rogue. I think he's just hoping that one of these things will work, will actually trick the guy. And that first game was a hard no. We do another Void Ray opener, by the way. But this doesn't necessarily have to go anything cheesy. This could actually just be to scare Rogue. So Rogue sees a Void Ray again. He thinks, oh, you're going to do the same thing because it, you know, because it didn't work last time. That doesn't make any sense. But still, I need to be careful and maybe I don't drone as hard. Maybe I get something else right. But the Overlord might have seen the Oracle. I think it did. Zoom! I don't... It technically did. You know, it's like actually kind of hard to tell because it was so early on, I guess, in the in like starting the Oracle. But it did. It certainly saw that something else was making in the Stargate, that's for sure. And now it's confirmed the Oracle. And so that alone will tell you that the Twilight Council is not nearly as fast. So even if it was still Resident Enclaves, I mean, it would not be as scary. Ling getting in is a bit of a sore point there. The Oracle had Pulsar Beam on the entire time. It's like, why is it already out of energy? Well, that's a whoops-a-daisy. And he didn't recharge it. Oh. Oh, and he supply block too. Oh. Oh, I think Nightmare just... Oh, that's not a good sign. It's not the worst sign ever, but Nightmare did just have a 30-second period where he definitely made a lot of mistakes. And this Oracle, it has to scout, so I think that's what he's thinking of moving it across the map, even though it literally has 1 second of Pulsar Beam. But he didn't recharge either, which is actually quite automatic for a lot of Protoss players at this point. They get the Oracle, they immediately recharge it. Huh. Not the best sign for the Nightmare fans out there, but if he gets back on track, it's not truly devastating. Loses an Adept, loses a Probe, not quite getting on track. Does barely get the wall at the very least. So he blocks out the Lings, potentially scouting his dedicated aggression. There's no Forge on the field right now. As again, Chrono's on the blink, but that's maybe more normal, I guess. It's still no Forge, plenty of gateways. Maybe even would have either seen or disrupted the Templar Archives timing. So that's a good thing it did not get in. Nonetheless. What is Nightmare going to do? He doesn't have a Robo, so he can't get a War Prism. The Stalkers are going to be on the field without much protection. I guess 2 Oracles is a good amount of protection. Very quickly in a Storm. Okay, I was like, there must be a Forge on the way at some point then. It's like clearly going into a later game. And there finally is. Rogue, by the way, has been totally unharassed, has almost killed this Oracle as well. Lost the 9lings just for trading out with the Adepts and whatnot. Totally perfect game from him, probably. You know, Rogue, 68 drones. We call them the Oracles. Going into Ling Hydra. He's probably going to do a Ling Hydra bust. Nightmare... So in this case, actually, with Nightmare getting some scouting done, you know, he sees the amount of gases, he sees the Evolution and the Roach Warren. He didn't actually see the Hydra stand, to be fair. Either way, like, Storms look pretty good to have against someone who's going to try and kill you. They're Trojas or Hydras. And he actually might be rather well set up for this. If Rogue tries to simply run his head into the wall, then that could lead to a good game for Nightmare. But if Rogue, you know, now he scouts that Storm will be available, he should at least have some type of concave and some type of spread on his army. He could also attack third and natural, you know, splitting up the limited amount of army that the Protoss has when they invest so much into Storm. It's very expensive. The Void Ray was killed, by the way. somewhere, somehow. 79 drones, by the way, guys, for Rogue. So this is... If Rogue just runs his army into the storms, then Nightmare has a chance, but there's no reason for Rogue to do that. Rogue could say, okay, you know, fair enough, you have storms, and I don't really want to tango with that. I'm just going to get Lurkers instead, and then Lurkers aren't as scared of storms. And Nightmare isn't as well set up to go into, I think, that long of a game. He is going to try and go into a 3-base fleet beacon. Speaking of expensive, going to be difficult to balance that while trying to get a 4th, which means also getting a decent amount of army, which means more money into the army, while also getting an upgrade and a charge, and also carriers. Fourth base for Nightmare is on the way, unharassed, but Rogue, as I pointed out, is probably just, well, I don't need to push into you, I'll just wait for Lurkers. Which Nightmare predicts. Nightmare is like, okay, you're not pushing into me, so you're probably going to go into Lurkers. That's the natural evolution of Hydras. And so that is why we have such a fast Stargate. Like, none of these things are wrong from either player. I think what I'm trying to get at is that Nightmare is being led a little more than Rogue. Rogue is the one that I think is still controlling things ultimately. He's got good creep spread. He's got good drones. He got to a good drone count much faster. He does have the ability to sacrifice a little. You know, he can start taking engage at this point and have a comfy follow-up as well. Where Nightmare, I think he's really playing on a very fine edge here. He has to do everything pretty damn perfectly. And that is difficult to do. A couple of Tempests are out. Revelation on a handful of these Lurkers so it can start trying to target fire them. Hive is done, but no Vipers made yet. Unfortunately, the Tempests do still take a while to kill these Lurkers, and damn if these units don't have a habit of just running into the Lurkers. This is still very ugly. This Nightmare chases after the Overseer, gets the snipe, but needs another Revelation, actually. He's barely holding on. Thank goodness his 4th base is up and running without anything attacking it. Although it isn't saturated yet. Mothership comes out. Mama ship, no detection. That is why the Stalkers sniped that Overseer. And Rogue is maybe not taking the best possible fight here. It's getting a little all over the place, isn't it? I think he will have to retreat. But he has the option of retreating. He had the option of taking a somewhat subpar fight, which I don't know if I really call it subpar. It's not as good as it would, maybe should have been. Yeah, I guess it was subpar, actually. Loses out and the resources lost. Stayed around a little bit too long when it was clear that he wasn't quite winning. But Nightmare wasn't perfect either. I mean, Nightmare lost a lot of units having to go in and snipe that Overseer, and then just the units being attracted to Lurker spikes. And he also lost Cybernetic score, which means that his +1 was denied. And so much time spent focusing on the attack meant that he was not getting saturation on his 4th. So the probes, I think, are on their way now. Yeah. And Rogue had the bank to recover. He has still a very consistent economy. 6 base, you know, definitely want that. And he's got all these upgrades finishing. He has all these options. The Spire's done. The Hive is done. He could, again, get to the Vipers. He could just go more into Lurkers, you know, finish all those upgrades, too, which are done at this point. And, you know, he could start to really take advantage of how wide this map can be. Attack on the left, attack on the right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I told him to do. But seriously, it's always going to be very difficult for Nightmare to hold on both positions. Yeah, the storms having to be used, you know, in less than ideal scenarios, and then getting traded out as well. Tempest go to respond over on the right side, which wasn't too bad, but the Lurkers did just retreat, so it's not like there was a big sacrifice. Nightmare is trying his damnness, that is for sure. Nightmare is not willing to give up. He'd fallen so far behind. And it's still only +2 on the way. As Rogue is going to finish +3 missile faster. 30 probes went down in that last attack, too. Only 7 Lurkers remain. Rogue has built a Corruptor count, realizing that the maybe Mothership and the Tempest count did get kind of high. I think 15 Corruptors will do the trick, especially if the Storms aren't a part of it, and for some reason these High Templars went way far ahead of the army. The rest of the High Templars jumped on by the Ling. Still some Storms available. The Corruptors might not want to take this fight. Storms available, Archon's there. That wasn't quite the moment. Rogue on 85 drones, 6 bases. Nightmare scrounging up some money to try and go for any amount of harassment. And Rogue has not been terribly mindful of that. He has been pretty confident in his aggression, keeping Nightmare from attacking him. But that is about to change. However, Rogue is trying to win the game right here, right now. Corruptors with a little bit of a spread, going after the Mothership, now on top of the Tempest. Storms look like they're all gone. The Archon's the only thing guarding the Mothership from those Corruptors. The Zealots on top of that 6th base are not going to get the kill. Rogue a little too close, able to respond quickly. Nightmare is up to 61 probes, which actually saturates his bases. Really? No, it doesn't. I guess it doesn't quite, actually. He does need more probes, but he just, in general, needs another base as well. Nightmare almost matching his opponent's supplies really made it, like, much more complicated game. Thought he'd be out of juice by now. Even the army supplies near identical. The upgrades, though, damn, you just don't see this very often. Protoss only has +2. And the Zerg has 311. Zealots trying to hold off in the corner and come back at a more opportune time. Lurkers are left a little alone. The Tempests need to... it kind of feels like Nightmare might have all of his units on one hotkey? Maybe he just thought the Corruptors were closer. There was an opportunity for the Tempest to try and kill maybe 1 or 2 Lurkers there. The Lurkers are unintentionally killing these rocks, by the way. I hope they don't fall on some units, some critical units. I'm actually not even sure which way they fall. I mean, this one falls over there, but... that is a lot of Archons, guys. It's definitely a chance that Rogue could throw this game. If Rogue did not take Nightmare seriously, there are times where he could have over-dedicated and lost way more and had a lot more to fear on the defense. But I think he's done a good enough job kind of pushing in and retreating. He's also managed to handle the small amount of run-bys. He might need to take that more seriously if Nightmare had a 5th base, but he knows that Nightmare doesn't. Well, maybe he doesn't know, but I figure it. And Nightmare, without a 5th base his entire time, has remaxed almost 3 times. Or remaxed almost twice. And still has some minerals to throw at the other hatcheries. Lings now, however, on top of the Nexus in the main base. Corruptors on top of the Tempest almost. One gets very, very low. Probes dying every which way. Hatchery might fall, but this hatchery looks like it'll stand fine as the spines are there to help out. And Rogue is looking for the final push. Nightmare held on for 6 minutes longer than I really thought he would. And he almost got to a equally good army. But not quite. And Rogue has been trying to give himself options the entire time. So also adding on an Ultralisk Cavern in case Ultras were needed. I don't think they will be. 100 supply difference. Although only 50 of it in army. Nightmare's going to be down to just his 4th. He's going to tap up before then. GG's. Rogue. 2-0. Advances to the winners. This is my old man. He's 12 years old. And he sleeps a bit heavier than the other cats. Rogue versus Maru is our winner's match. Rogue defeated Nightmare. Literally just happened. And Maru defeated Trigger. So both of them got a 2-0. Both series had a more... a closer second game, but not too much, honestly. They kind of both had a similar pace to their best of threes. You could still certainly say that Maru was more devastating. But now, Rogue, great. You got the 2-0. Pretty well done, too. And now? Well, now you face Maru. So, GG's. Unfortunately, whereas I had total faith in Rogue winning against Nightmare, I favored him giving the experience. Then he really played very smart in the first game. Very clean. I was very impressed. That's all well and good. I really do not give him a big chance versus Maru. Maru could be at his absolute worst form in the last 10 years, and I would still assume he wins. TVZ against Rogue post-military. And whether that's being meaner to Rogue or nicer to Maru is up for you to decide. But particularly with it being TVZ. And the reason is TVZ remains probably still the most mechanical matchup. People can argue all they want, that's fine, but generally when it comes down to it, people will agree that in terms of who is better or worse, the better player almost always wins Terran versus Zerg. Zerg versus Terran. Obviously there's balance, and maps. Maps actually played a huge part in last year's EWC, so there is that. But unlike mirror matchups, which can tend to be very, very volatile, or ZVP, which really is at a weird place right now, TVZ has remained stalwart, kind of the same, which is a downside and an upside. And it can be difficult to lose it if you really are the best player. And Maru generally is. Now, Maru did CC first. Rogue, funnily enough, this is so funny, I love when this happens. Rogue pull first, because he wants to get a delay on the natural. But if you CC first, your command center is done. You don't have to worry about it being delayed. It's such a fun thing. Now, there's no wall, and, this is quite common for the pro gamers as well to even have a bigger non-wall, because they make room for the reactor. But an SCV pool will take care of things alongside some moderate micro, and then it's fine. Is this about as much chaos as Rogue was hoping for? Probably, actually. He just expected it to happen in the natural. Without a Reaper, which would have taken care of this no problem whatsoever, the Marine does struggle a little. The lone Marine. So, actually, at the end of the day, like I said, probably the same amount of chaos he wanted to imbue into this game, even with the CC first. But keep in mind, since it was a CC first, that does mean more economy, right? So, one Rex expands, you get that little distraction, a little hiccup on the natural, you go, okay, I did enough. That's kind of also considering that it wasn't the literal greediest thing that a Terran player could do, where a command center first basically is. Actually, this is literally the greediest thing you can do, officially at this point. I say this, and I always got to mention someone like Pult might have done no factory 3cc, but this is pretty much the greediest thing you can do. 3cc, factory, double engineering bay, all before starport, no additional barracks, no Reaper scout, by the way. Like this could have been a Roach follow-up. And Maru would be so dead. Unbelievably dead. And Rogue would so be the person to do that. And Maru did not give a fuck. Maru was like, oh, you pull first me, that sucks. Anyway. Most sane people would have sent an SCV after and been like, oh shit, is he Roach attacking me as well? Am I screwed here? And Maru was like, nah, it's fine. I'll wait for the Hellion. Okay. And the Hellions are going to barbecue some drones even. Good lord. Amazing. It's just one of those days, I feel like, for Maru, where, like, nothing can go wrong. Everything he touches turns to gold. 2 drones go down with the sacrifice of 1 Hellion, so 100 mineral for 100 mineral. What Maru has not done and continues not to do is scout. You saw Roachborn a missile in a evolution chamber. There you go. That will eventually get missile attack. But he didn't see the lair. He hasn't confirmed, I guess, what could be a Nidus Worm. I think would be one of the other things I would be scared of. Like, the more time goes on, I can keep on listing potential all-ins, but I don't know if we're actually going to get any. And apparently he doesn't care. Just perfect macro on the home front. He has literally 3 Marines. At any point, if Rogue had made 10 roaches, this could have been devastating. Of course, Maru did at least get some scouting with the Hellions, so if he had seen 10 roaches, I'm sure he would have had a response. These Hellions will eventually scout the roaches, as they are on the way. Now a 1-1 roach all in. Looks like enough roaches to deflect a possibly upcoming double medevac drop, which is coming in about 30-40 seconds. But, I don't know, he keeps on making roaches, actually. He obviously knows what the build is. It's all 3cc. So he's just going to continue building roaches from this point while waiting for those upgrades to finish. 4th base is coming down, but it's kind of almost a fake. Yeah, you lose it eventually. Yeah, he's just building roaches. So this is a different avenue. This is a different journey of getting to a roach attack. You know, something more typical might have been a 1-run roach attack, you know, where you hide the Roachborn, you hide the evolution chambers, and that's plural, you get 1-1. Then you only show Lings. This ain't it. This is early on building roaches with only the +1 carapace. It has been scouted. That was a very, very important scout. Rogue had tried to segment his roaches apart so that 1, they're less identifiable as a real attack, and then 2, he could just literally pop up and surprise Maru with the attack here. Don't know why Maru picked up. It seemed like a bad idea, but even though he scouted roaches and ravagers, which really confirmed the attack, he just was like, I'm going to pick up. Never mind. Just kidding. Maru is playing such a almost foolishly courageous game. It's almost foolish. Little supply block as he's forced to lift his 3rd CC. He has to actually call down supply, and on one of the supply depots, it's almost guaranteed to die. He did lift up 2 medevacs, hoping that the natural will hold. I'm not sure that would be true. Rogue doesn't realize that a significant chunk of the army is missing, though, so he hasn't actually decided to push in, taking his sweet time killing these supply depots. Here we go, though, as the army of the Terran pushes into the 4th base. Rogue tries to win the game right here, right now, but the SCV pool is good. The tank, at least one of them survived, and a lot of the bio is still alive, too. 2nd tank, still alive! No! And the Marine Marauder has just been ripping through. They've had 1-1 this entire time. 2-2 is about to finish. No combat shields, though. And the Roach Ravager still could not break through. Lost the 4th hatchery. Now the main is being attacked as well. At the very least, going to trade out well against this. It's 2-2 versus +1. And Maru even pushes out into the Roach Ravager. He thinks he can take it. He's almost right. He is right. This is insane. This is... I don't even know what to compare this to. You know, like, it's not quite like in Dragon Ball Z where they're so powerful that they're being, like, kicked and punched and nothing happens to them. It's like you were... The world was ending and you didn't realize it, and you just coincidentally also had, like, the thing that saved the world. You're just like, oh, I'm sorry, you wanted this? You wanted this thing? This thing that saves the world? Okay, oh, here you go. Sorry about that. Like, it's the most nonchalant emergency Terran versus Zerg I've ever seen. And Rogue's just, like, ferociously trying to, like, oh my god, I gotta do the thing, gotta do the thing. And Maru's like, sorry, bro. Even though you totally surprised me in multiple ways, I just don't care and I'm gonna win. And now his setup is really quite good in the natural. He's even built a missile turret, I guess, in case it's tunneling claws. I don't think killing the Overseer is that important. He's got 2 tanks, obviously apart from each other. Good amount of bio. They did just lift 2 more medevacs. 1 medevac still on the field, too. Rogue has been forced to leave a chunk of his roaches back at home to deflect this. Rogue at this point is saying, I'm okay with having delayed your 3rd indefinitely. I think I could still win from here. And I don't think he's necessarily wrong. You know, 80 supply difference, but the Terran is a halfway to 3-3. This will almost certainly end the game in the Zerg's favor for anyone else besides Maru. But I'm still wondering if Maru wins. He did forget Marauder slow. He's 8 racks, which is funny because he really doesn't have a 3rd CC. Infestation Pit's now on the way for Rogue, as he did get maxed out first. Finally has his own double upgrades on the way. Roach Ravager just simply not going to be overwhelmed at this point. Like, Rogue has given up containing, so he has plenty of army back at home. Maru's drops will not cut it, but then again, Rogue can't attack into the natural apparently, and also can't chase the medevacs. He does not have anti-air. Although he does find Maru not microing perfectly. Lets the army behind a little bit. Tanks are repositioning. Rogue is not there in time to take advantage of it, however. Consistently sending changelings. I have noticed this. Changeling has been in the middle of Maru's army almost every single time I've looked. 3-3 is about done, guys. It's gonna have 3-3. What the fuck? Baneliness is on the way as Rogue adds on to his composition. He might also add, maybe Ultras? I'm not sure about that one. First, we got this attack coming in from 2 different directions. That's a lot of tanks, however. And 3-3 bio! 3-3 bio just absolutely wrecked. He just didn't even care. What even was that? The tanks also were just perfectly enveloped in this bio cocoon. So they were free shooting. Rogue only at 1-2. Almost a 2-2, but Rogue just revealed a bit of a weakness. Maru said, okay, I can take that fight, then perhaps I can take an offensive fight. Brings his tanks forward, brings the rest of his army. Army supply is actually quite close together. Maru's just been on sub 40 SCVs for like most of this game. Oh, the Banelings were slow. They get slaughtered by the tanks. The Roach Ravager trying to force its way forward, but now the Bio can stand its ground. 3-3 versus 2-2. Ravager's left alone, unguarded. And Rogue, it feels like everything he did should have worked so well. But Maru was so insanely greedy to begin with that actually pushed him through to victory. This is one of the more unbelievable Roach games I've seen. I mean, we've seen plenty of Roach games where they don't quite win. They over-invest into the attack and the Terran turtles. The Terran goes crazy on the medevac drops. What else? Yeah, obviously we've seen a lot of bad Roach all-ins. This is one of the craziest ones I've seen. 2 base, sub 40 workers, but you're so insanely greedy to begin with that you get 3-3 at 12 minutes, was it? And then you can beat what was at times a 70 supply surplus for Rogue. And not all of it was an army, as I pointed out, but still. And also medevac count, but in this case, medevac count is great. With it being consistent, sustained damage with Roach Ravager, you actually want about as many medevacs as you can get. Sometimes it's deceiving on the army supply because medevacs don't help that much, but in this case, they absolutely do. Ling Baneling would take advantage a little more. You know, some explosions. The Roach Ravager, the medevac count has been part of the reason Maru has been able to stand his ground over on this defense as well as that attack. I mean, they don't die, do they? Unless they're hit by corrosive biles, which should not happen. Rogue, I think, is just in disbelief. I mean, he did. Maru is still only on 34 SCVs. But that's Maru's victory. What the? Can't believe it. You can't go Corruptors. Corruptors are far too expensive. I mean, if the game went on to like 4 base versus 5 and so on and so forth, then you might actually go for Corruptors. Like, that's been a thing in the past. Not very much anymore. But in that game, no, you wouldn't be able to afford it. I'd say that's a disgusting game. Yeah. You know, usually we say disgusting, filthy, outrageous, you know, because we're talking about someone cheesing. It was like a macro cheese. That was a disgusting display of Terran's, I don't know, scrappiness, I guess. It wasn't quite scrappy. It was like, you know, you were very, very rich and then you were forced to try and prove that you could become rich again if everyone, you know, if your money was taken away. And Maru proved that he could. Little forward racks. I haven't seen this in a while, honestly. This did become at one point absolutely the meta thing to do, and then it died off, I guess, kind of after EWC. But forward barracks is not as interesting as it might look. I mean, it's different, but it's not something that's incredibly unique. Rogue would have some experience against this as well. So, and it is also only 1 racks on the front. Sometimes we see this positioning for 2 racks. That does lead into a minor amount of early game pressure, but this is literally only 1 racks. So it, you know, could even seriously be a Marine. I was wondering what the hell that sound was. I was like, is my mic on the fritz? And it's this thing. But yeah, as I said, it could even be a Marine. The gas is coming through, but just for a faster factory. So this does mean that you can make a Marine or 2 and then chase after the Overlord who thinks it has a safe spot. And it doesn't because you lit the barracks. But what it really means is that you just have a wall already. And usually Terrans aren't the most eager to get to the front wall anyway. But this actually is a very good build with a scout against even early game all-ins. Byun proved that. Byun was the one who was doing this all the time. And there's the 2 Marines. And he could lift the barracks if he really thought he needed to, but at this point he doesn't. He can just build a reactor. Once again, Maru did not scout. So if there were roaches coming across the map, this would probably be game. But, you know, people don't really do a lot of early game roach attacks because, yeah, they tend not to work. I mean, first, the Cyclone was reworked for a while, and that helped because they didn't need a tech lab to build a Cyclone. We are back to the old Cyclone, though, so that's not really what stops it. I'm not really sure what stops it being. I mean, I think we could see some type of, you know, cyclical meta where we do have more roach openers, roach all-ins. But the thing is that usually a Terran player scouts in some form. An SCV scout or a Reaper scout, particularly if you're up against a guy like Rogue who's known for cheesing. So that's kind of, I think, what more so stops Zerg from even bothering. They're like, the Reaper knows that it has to be scared of this, so even if I pull first, there's going to be some amount of scouting that still happens on the roaches, and they'll defend it, and they'll be fine. That is pretty early. It's not the roach attack I was talking about, of course. Marines being so carefree. They just ran all the way across the map. No care about speedlings. Because he didn't scout. He doesn't know that gas was late. He doesn't know it. But he didn't care about it either. Did someone just give him all of Rogue's replays? Like, he's like, I know you like the back of my hand. Hellions were denied entry into the natural. And they did scout the Roachborn. It is going to be 2 evolution chambers. However, the second one being used to upgrade, I'm not sure. I want to say yes. But it could be just to help the block. This little cancel there with the drone, save its life. 3 Hellions still out for blood. 2 engineering bays coming down, as we did once again have a... Oh no, it wasn't that greedy. It wasn't that greedy, guys. 3 CC, the starport did come down. It's 2 barracks as well. So 3 CC, 2 on 1. Engineer bays now coming. This is not nearly as greedy. And he has gotten some sufficient scouting with the Hellions. And now even a Liberator going into the main. We'll see the lair timing. So don't have to worry about a Nidus Worm anytime soon. Or any amount of lair technology, I suppose. Seeing the setup currently, I would be most afraid of a 1-1 Roach all-in. Third CC is almost done. Medivacs are almost ready. We are going to get our 2-1-1 started, which will also provide some scouting. 1-1 will be on the way for Rogue. He is going to do the 1-1 Roach attack. Well, we'll see if he actually all-ins with it. But if he doesn't add a Baneling nest on, then it's just Roach. Roach very soon. In fact, already 5 extra drones. 70 drones? 4th base should be coming down. Yeah, I was going to say, at 70 drones, he's definitely not doing the 1-1 Roach all-in. Yeah. He's got Hydra Stand Invitation put on the way. It would still be, to Maru's sight, I think, still the scariest thing currently. Is he going to 1-1 Roach all-in me? But he will soon discover the 4th base, which isn't the tell, but he'll soon discover a decent amount of drones. He'll eventually see the Hydra Stand, perhaps. Frankly, he'll just see a subpar number of roaches. And there is a chance... Oh, shit. Hellions getting into the 3rd base. Decent amount of drone damage. You know, for Hellions, you don't care about anymore as a Terran player. There's a chance that a very, very clever Zerg player can get a bit lucky and they can hide, you know, like 50 roaches off to the right. But in this case, he's even going to see the hive on the way. No, that's still the lair, actually. But he's gonna be picking up all these little tidbits of info when he's going to collect together enough that he's going to say it's not an attack, it's not an all-in. I actually should be even aggressive to try and stop you from getting to a hive super easily. But it is a very fast hive. Rogue got a 630, 620 hive. 3rd CC is down now for Maru. Transferring some workers. Still coming in with the Hellions, too. Oh, the Hellions saw the invitation pit in the Hydra Stand. Well, there you go. So he knows what's up. He's not quite ready to push in, of course. But he has a much better understanding of this game. 6 drones went down and a little bit of harassment, too. Rogue is very insistent on these changelings. Uh, 2-2 starts up for Maru. Actually around the same time that Rogue's 2-2 should start. Although he might be saving his gas for the Lurker upgrade. Or he might have misclicked. No, he's building units. Is his gas count high enough? Yeah, now it is. Then he's got all 8 of his gases. Triple medevac drop. I guess he was hoping the 3rd hatch was still a little vulnerable. It was not. Just an Overlord to find that does very temporarily. In fact, didn't even really supply block Rogue, who is now busting out all the Overlords. And you got ourselves a macro game. Although, well, only so much so. Rogue definitely thinking about the macro game. Maru thinking about the 8 racks. I didn't actually see when he put that down. But it could have been a response to the scouting. If he wasn't going to go for really the fastest 4th you could do, then I think he might have gotten the scout in time to decide the 8 racks. Or he might just be playing like that. Because that, you know, is what he did last game as well. And the last game was way funkier, but that was his plan last game. So an 8 racks, holding against that while you're not quite settled as a Zerg player. That is pretty terrifying. The Zerg will eventually get all these really great things, like Lurkers, for instance, or Vipers with energy. But they're not ready yet, and they're not maxed out yet either. So Maru is going to push his way forward very aggressively, get on top of the 3rd hatch before Rogue has any say. And already does a decent amount of damage. Rogue is trying to replace it over to the top left. He's building a 5th anyway. Fortunately, this is where a couple of tech buildings are, and they are worth killing. I mean, Maru should probably continue attacking from this direction. The Lurkers will stop the attack temporarily, but Terran can try and get a really good concave. And they can try and overwhelm the lurkers, although with the threat of the blinding cloud as well. I don't think he would try it now. He does reposition a little bit. Gets that concave. Only one lurker, I think, was helping. Maybe two were helping. That's not enough. Blinding cloud did not come down. I think that would have been good enough anyway. And Maru is chipping away here, just entirely revolving over to the left side, in fact, forcing those lurkers to follow him before they have their burrow speed. Tanks are abducted, some of them still sieging actually, so they weren't particularly helpful, but look, it's just too little. Rogue gets slaughtered. And Maru will 2-0 and advance out of GSL. Just play like Maru, it's so easy. GG's. A lot of 2-0s in this group. Be right back. Maybe you should start playing Terran. If only it was so easy. How do you feel about Colossi versus Disruptor in TVP? You gotta go 3 Colossus, and then you should go Disruptor. It's actually pretty much a build order at this point. So this is the losers match, or the lower bracket match. We have Trigger in the top right, and Nightmare in the bottom left. Now this is my comfort zone. PvP. I've cast 1 billion of these in the last 5 weeks. Oh, it does happen a lot, though. Nightmare, he lost to SOS's PvP in the GSL qualifier. Obviously still got through some other way. He kind of played a very typical PvP where SOS played a bit of an older PvP, actually, and it worked. I didn't think Nightmare really did anything wrong. Actually, I remember SOS second game. First game was old school Immortal Charge Archon. Second game was actually a very difficult to scout all-in from SOS, where he did not get more than 2 gases on 3 bases. And he just like charged out all-in. So Nightmare, I don't know, he got SOS, I guess. That's what happened, he got SOS. Well, now we'll see what Trigger can throw at him. Trigger's going to be a more typical PvPer. And I think both of them are going to be about average as far as PvP goes. There's the possibility of Chiefs, possibility of all-in, possibility of macro. All available. Both of them 2-gating, even though it seems like more people are willing to 1-gate expand. Even versus not max packs. Both these guys going to stick with the tried and true 2 gates. No one with a probe out. No one putting their pylon anywhere that shouldn't be. So this seems very much like a gentleman's game. Gentleman. Don't know how much they've played against each other, but since Trigger has been in Korea for 5 or 6 months, I think at least. I hung out with him when I was in Korea in October. So, yeah, it's been there for a while. I'm sure they faced each other on ladder. And obviously there's a possibility of studying each other for a GSL group, even though Trigger's first opponent was Maru and Nightmare's first opponent was Rogue. 2 Adepts are coming out for a Nightmare. It's going to be seen by Trigger's probe, if he sticks around anyway. He could plant the pylon. Not going to see it unless he just dies to it. Stalker Sentry is very macro. You're going to be able to scout your opponent easily with the Sentry Hallucination. Don't have to recharge it, really. As long as you haven't seen the lacking second pylon, you know that they're not going to immediately attack you. And the Nexus did, in fact, come down, kind of telegraphed by the pylon. Probe is running for its life, man. Hallucination sent out. The Adepts are going to make an appearance very soon. The probe could stick around. Prepare the wall. Prepare the wall. Okay, he does. Well done. And Hallucination, we'll see very typical follow-up. Double Sentry. Much, well, not much faster, but faster Twilight Council. Trigger has 1 more probe. It's really the only thing that's different here. The Twilight Council was straight up later for Trigger. So you got more gas expensive units. And I was wondering if he was going to try and poke with this. I was like, his army supply isn't technically bigger, but 2 Adepts are not helping on the defense and can be easily blocked out of the main. And that's exactly what Trigger is going to do. Not happy with keeping a decent army at home. He's going to try and find some damage. Nightmare might have been playing this a little bit too loosey-goosey. He kept on scouting with his Adepts to see that his opponent wasn't doing anything particularly aggressive, but he didn't actually see the move out. And he did not get a shield battery as the ultimate safety move. So that was a little scary there. Trigger, blocking out a couple units on the high ground with the force field could have also been quite tricky. I mean, there could have been maybe more damage done. As it is, Trigger kind of pushed in and then doesn't find too much. Adept could be killed. Adept could be killed. Not gonna be killed. Okay, fine. And we find Trigger actually ahead by 6 probes. So Nightmare, with the emergency response, stopped producing probes, maybe stopped chronoing, and immediately went into building army. And Trigger was able to find his advantage in that way. So a 5 worker difference, pretty good. But his blink, I guess in turn, the same way that Nightmare had to temporarily stop his macro, Trigger definitely later to his blink. I do not believe the blinks were this far apart when you talk about the Twilight Council timing. So he was just later to it. Or Nightmare has put more chronos into it, which actually might be the case. That might be the case. Well, that means that Nightmare will have much faster blink. He should be able to control the 3rd base timing as well. Looks like he might be a little scared of the possibility of Dark Shrine. Hallucination for Nightmare is going to get into the main, or it could. It's going to provide the high ground vision. Blink is not done for Trigger. But it looks like Nightmare, not confident blinking 5 Stalkers against 4. And he shouldn't have been. Immortal is on the way for a Nightmare, but that 3rd Nexus, that's what I'm kind of waiting on. Oh, 2 gateways. 2 gateways and a War Prism are on the way for Trigger, who also grabbed the 2 base Robo. Sometimes this is just because you're scared of DTs, but you can obviously use other things for it. So an Immortal, for instance, versus a War Prism, but the War Prism with the additional gateways, prioritizing gateway production over that 3rd Nexus. Nightmare needs to figure that out. He did not blink into the main, so he did not see the possibility of a War Prism or the additional gateways. He has also not seen the 3rd base timing. Although, yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't. He walked away and didn't get a hallucination, so he doesn't know if it was placed down immediately after he left or what. Trigger is going for a kind of dedicated attack. It's not that far behind in the Nexus timing. I'm afraid with 2 Immortals, though, Nightmare is pretty well set up for this. Shield Battery also helping. Blink Micro going crazy. Immortal shields have been popped. Trigger not going to find an advantage here. Didn't fall behind by 2 probes, and again, that Nexus timing, but it's not the worst. It's still very much playable. He's going to have to worry about those 2 Immortals possibly on the offensive. Loses his Observer as well, so now I can't get some freebie scouting. Charge is on the way for Trigger, as it should be. Forge as well. Nightmare notably neglecting a Forge. 3-base attack. I thought, you know, he did this versus SOS in a pretty good position. He, like, killed... This is actually the same map, I think, too. Wow. He canceled SOS's 3rd base when it was maybe 40% done. Thought that was pretty bad for SOS. SOS got their base, got up to his army, moved in, and actually ended up killing Nightmare. This is weirdly similar. Because Nightmare did not get an upgrade then. And I wondered if it was a mistake. Clearly not. But Trigger's upgrade was not particularly fast, so it's not what he prioritized here. So while he will eventually have an upgrade lead, right now he's in some trouble. Force fields might have been the plan here, but I think it's too late. Yeah. Uh-oh. 2 Immortals. Gonna pack so much of a punch. Supplies very, very even. Shield battery, though not done, means that Trigger doesn't have nearly as much of a defense advantage as you would expect. His own Immortal does pop out, and he has a Guardian Shield compared to his opponent. Nexus is currently tanking the damage as... Oh, he blinks forward! Grabs the Warp Prism. Still Guardian Shield in effect for Trigger, and Immortal hacking away here. A couple of Zealots, Chargeless helping as well. Trigger desperately trying to make a hold, but he has also lost 6 probes. His Nexus is in danger. If he cannot hold literally right here, right now, he will lose that Nexus, but it looks like a hold is barely going to happen. The aggressive blink forward as Trigger traps a couple of more Stalkers. Damn, that was close. At the end of the day, Trigger will hold on to his Nexus, will hold on to his Warp Prism, will hold on to a bit of an army supply lead. He is falling behind in the economy. But he has decided that now is the time to strike. His opponent does not have charge, no longer has those 2 Immortals, and does not have an upgrade, although Trigger still has about 20 seconds, 25 seconds to go. Would be lovely if that could more so time out with this, but he doesn't want to give his opponent too much more time to reinforce. Shield battery full of juice here for Nightmare. Both of them now with Zealots, but again, Triggers have charge. Immortal shift queuing, I suppose, on the Stalkers. Nicely done. More reinforcements from the War Prism for Trigger. +1 is gonna finish. And it looks like Trigger was already winning the battle anyway. Nightmare thought he had it in the bag when he did his attack, but Trigger barely held on. And now he has taken game-ending damage, even as he snipes the Immortal. Losing 16 probes, just too much. Nightmare hoping that I guess Trigger might miss micro or not make the right units here, but even as the Zealots chase over the Stalkers away, at the end of it, they're going to be effective enough. And an Immortal comes in too. Yeah, Nightmare now on basically 0 Stalkers. GG. Trigger wins game 1. This is such a fast group. Tokamak is game 2. The top right, Trigger. Bottom left, Nightmare. I was very scared for Trigger on that defense. I think Guardian Shield really helped. And obviously the Warp Prism snipe ended up really helping. There's always that chance you blink into the Warp Prism, you get it, but then 2 Immortals are just having their way with your Stalkers, and it's not really worth it. But I think it was that time around. Absolutely. Just barely. I was worried he's gonna have a shield battery, mostly. Shield battery, I wouldn't have been as worried. But Nightmare loses out in the first game, still has a chance to bring this back. It is the losers match, so whoever loses here is out of the GSL. Whoever wins goes to face Rogue in the decider match. Is Trigger one-gating? Trigger is one-gating. Oh, no, he's not. Just kidding. Never mind. Little later to the gas. Minor differences here. Trigger's also scouting, where Nightmare Looks like he's not gonna bother. Okay. No, he's not gonna bother. You save a little bit of money, but you don't know if they're proxying a pylon, which is not always a guarantee they're attacking you. But no, Nightmare never played Zerg. I was talking about his Protoss DT Blink game in 2016. I mean, he could have played Zerg before that, I guess. I don't know if there's any other names similar to Nightmare you might be thinking of. There was a Terran player named Dream, and that was always fun when they face each other. 2 Adepts versus 2 Adepts this time, actually. Interesting change-up. I wonder if any of them are going to go for more Adepts. Nah, both in the Stalkers. Okay. So again, Nightmare has no scouting. He doesn't know if he's being cheesed. And again, even if you do scout the Lacus like a pylon, doesn't guarantee it. But he's hoping to get a scout with the Adepts. There'll be 2 ships passing in the night. He did play Zerg twice and lost both. Okay. Fair enough. Trigger did leave the probe last time, and he will this time. Didn't have the money? What was that? What was that? What was that? I don't know. I think he didn't have the money. Oh, no. Well, you know, Nightmare didn't block his either, so... Nightmare was a little closer to the probe line, I guess, but it looks like a force field helped, and... Well, they're going to do almost equivalent damage to each other. Almost. Trigger leaves with 1 Adept, I guess. Still behind by 1. A little bit tighter on the build order, though. Nightmare is actually being caught up a little too much. I mean, it's seconds of difference, of course, but... He did get caught up a little too much in the response, so his Twilight Council is 10 seconds later. If that. And the Adept being alive for Trigger does mean that he has consistent scouting, even though he also has a Sentry off, so you could use that. He didn't... I guess he doesn't have to. It's still better scouting, I suppose. So I guess the Adept is scouting plus a threat. You don't want to let it get very close to your mineral line, which I think this is close enough, yeah. Yeah, Adept's going to try and go for a couple of probe kills. Plus a scout, as I said. Yeah, 2 Adepts, 2 probes killed. That would be nice for Trigger, who also got the scout, can save his sentry energy this early on in what now is clearly kind of, you know, they're going to be waiting to attack each other. Sentry energy might not be important. Oh, Trigger thinks there's something off with what he saw. Maybe because he didn't see Blink actually start? Yeah, oh, okay, okay, I was going to say, so you don't, you know, typically you're not worried about losing out on a force field, but you could be. But it looks like Trigger was spooked by the Twilight Council not researching. And he is scouting every which way for something in proxy. Huh, okay. Better safe than sorry. But that does mean he does not have force fields, so that's what I was pointing out earlier. And he does get force fielded a little bit there, so he takes a bit of a worse fight. But he did warp in, so it's not like he's been terribly greedy with the Nexus timing. It's a little sketch, though, honestly. No pylon coming down, meaning no shield batter anytime soon. Trigger does have faster reinforcements, catches one of those sentries. Okay, yeah, no, he pushes that back. Nightmare was probably hoping to stick around, maybe until he even had Blink. Still taking advantage of the shield batteryless third, but Trigger was catching up on the Blink Stalker count. Fan's advantage would kick in. Nightmare actually even used 2 of his warp-ins to make 2 more Adepts. Now it's Trigger's time to try and attack in turn. Presumably both of them have Blink. Both of them know that both of them have Blink. And Trigger's just looking for a little surprise if he could. Didn't find it. Adepts, though, might surprise him. 2 Stalkers were left behind for Trigger. Nice instant reaction. Still, some probes will die. Yeah. 4? Yep, 4. So that's a 4-worker lead for Nightmare. Once again, we have Trigger going for Forge. Now, this time, he did not go 4-gate 3rd Nexus. He went 3rd Nexus same time that Nightmare did. And then the difference now is the Forge, right? They're both getting their appropriate amount of gateway production for the economy they've set up. Whoop, bit of a misclick there. I guess maybe he wanted to pull the Sentry back. But the Stalkers are rather low for Trigger. I guess some of them are low for Nightmare as well. Both not extremely comfortable continuing the fight. Jesus, okay, pick a lane. Okay, now they both will stop attacking each other. And charge is on the way for both players, but +1 is going to be faster for Trigger. Nightmare does opt for Forge as well. Did he get a Robo? He did get a Robo. Just for an Observer so far, no Immortal for him. Trigger chooses to add the Immortal. They are very, very similar at this point. Gas count's also similar. Yep. Warp Prism's coming out for Nightmare. Tipping us off to a potential intention to attack. The Trigger's really not doing anything too differently. Observer was hurt, I think. Maybe. Warp Prism also on the way for Trigger now. Observer's going to get in and see a Forge, but you can't tell how far away your opponent is from you. The Observer of Trigger opted to head to the left, get advanced scouting on an attack coming from that position, or I guess onto his 4th base, which he seems intent on taking. Nightmare ditto. Templar Archive's now on the way. This is a macro game, y'all. Trigger going for the Templar Archives first. Nightmare should also go for it. I mean, it's 2 decisions, really. You can go for the Templar Archives, add your own Archons, or you can continue on the gas count you currently have, and maybe try and overwhelm with Zealots, I guess. But, you know, once the Archon count gets to a decent amount, okay, the fight's going on in the middle of the map. Trigger maybe caught a little more off guard, but Nightmare very aggressively going after that Warp Prism. Didn't get quite the advantage he thought. Still a Trigger advantage in the army supply. That Immortal helping out right now. More Zealots coming in for Trigger, who did lose his Warp Prism, but he's the defender. He still has very quick reinforcements. Nightmare, might regret being so eager. He thought he caught his opponent off guard, which technically he did, but not well enough. And the Warp Prism snipe is not nearly as punishing when it's on their side of the map. Nightmare did add on the Templar Archives, by the way, so he can get his own Archons, but will he have time to get them? And will they make up for almost 30 supply? Trigger quick to remake his Warp Prism, also has his 4th base on the way, so Trigger, and he could just go for the 4th of his opponent, kill it, and then say, okay, that's job done. But it looks like he wants to go for the throat. Patiently waiting for the Warp Prism. 2 Archons apiece. Shield Battery helping out Nightmare. A lot more Stalkers for Trigger, though. That is a considerable amount of DPS at that point, and good focus fire from it. They could jump on top of the Shield Battery, or on the Archon, or focus fire down the Immortal, whichever it is. Trigger simply has more, and Nightmare's Shield Battery will not save the day. The Pro Pool out of desperation is not a good sign. Nightmare, on his last life in the GSL, is going to be knocked out by the Canadian. Trigger represent. Nightmare is really going to be regretting that blink in. If he had done anything else, you know, this game probably would have continued on for a while, but he made the quick decision, and unfortunately for him, it was wrong. One more series, guys. Alright. Ads are over. Cat's passed out. Game's good to go. Alright, guys. We got ourselves our final match of Group B. It's going to be a PVZ. In the bottom left, it is Rogue. In the top left of Persephone, it is Trigger. This is not a rematch. Rogue faced Nightmare for one of the preliminary matches. And was able to 2-0 him. He looked really strong, too. I mean, I've seen Rogue back from military, and he's looked, you know, incredibly on point with his all-ins. But then another game, he might not be able to all-in, and he tries to play a perfect macro game. And he does have some, you know, late walls or supply blocks or, you know, what have you. It doesn't look as perfect. But he kind of brought the whole package. In his initial ZVP, I'd be, you know, very scared if I was Trigger. I think, in general, you're scared against a guy named Rogue. No matter how good you are. Well, unless you're Maru, of course. Unless you're Maru, then you're not scared. But other than that, you should be scared of him at all times. Because he can do a really fierce all-in. And he will be totally willing to. And that's what the meta kind of dictates right now. But clearly, you can also play a really nice game against any types of twists and turns you might throw at him. So I don't think it would be in Trigger's best interest to really do something incredibly aggressive. If he wants to open up Resident Glaives, I don't think I would mind it, you know, but maybe not the Void Ray into Resident Glaives that we saw from Nightmare, which just delays it and then kind of was very dependent on surprise, but then went the wrong direction because the creep start is already so far out. It's a little scary for Trigger, for sure. But I think he can get into his groove, and I think he can be a very powerful PvZ player. Thank you, Green Glade, for the 5-month resub. Third hatch had to be taken. Trigger did probe block. And Trigger doing nothing of note back at home, because it's just the start of the game. Yeah. So Rogue, you know, he didn't get the chance to be the dictator of the game, because Nightmare did not just do a standard 2 or 3 Oracle into third Nexus. There was a little bit more before that. So I wonder if Rogue's going to change things up, because he can, first of all, because Trigger won't be aggressive. Or also that he, like some other Koreans, I think, is kind of prone to just all-inning the Foreigner. I mean, the first one that comes to mind for that is Dark. Dark is the Foreigner killer. And he'll, you know, you can see him play a macro game every game for 10 series straight. And then he faces a Foreigner and he's like, get the fuck out of my... And he just all-ins him and beats him. But I think Rogue can kind of be that way a little bit too. And it's not just, you know, some type of, I don't know, lack of respect or something. No, I mean, it just makes sense. There's kind of the testing that can happen in StarCraft happens early on. The earlier on you can test them, the more that you don't let them get into the groove. You don't make them feel comfortable. And for the most part, you know, it seems like almost every foreigner who's ever come into Korea and the GSL has been a little vulnerable to that. Being a little bit like, well, I guess I am the underdog, even though I've beaten this guy in international tournaments before. Oracle is on the way, clearly scouted by Rogue, who may just got the links across the map before the wall was complete. Kind of sucks as a Protoss that happens, but what are you going to do? Spawn was a little late, but the second Oracle is on the docket. And this is going to go into a third Nexus then. This really is as standard as it can go. So now we get to see if Rogue will all in. You know, these get to decide. The first one was just kind of a sucky Protoss thing. The second Ling run by was, yeah, Trigger not realizing. Rogue had made a couple more Lings, sent him across the map, and was waiting for the Adepts to move. And the Oracle had gone across the map, so it couldn't help out. It actually almost died. Thank goodness it didn't. And that is a big disruption to Trigger's build. He manages to at least get that third down. which could have easily been forgotten about with all the hubbub if, you know, Trigger was a much worse player, but he at least has that actually building and on the way. And it'll be probably a little more cautious against Slinger on Vice. Stop! No, stop! No wall, please! The Lings go after the Adepts, which is actually kind of a blessing, I think. That Stalker would not have been warped in time. I was going for the Overlord, too! No, no, wall, for the love of God! Okay. I might be cheering for Trigger, but I also might just be cheering for not, you know, abrupt games. Oracle is so injured from earlier on. Needs to be so careful. Rogue's really on top of the Oracle movement, too. 3 base saturation, just about. And 4th base is on the way for the Zerg. Lair on the way, too. No Roachmore, no fear, right? That he scouted everything with all these run-bys. There really is no fear. And while a Blink Stalker attack eventually could be on the way, it actually isn't. And these Lings are just messing Trigger up so much. Rogue going for, you know, these Lings instead of full saturation immediately. That is what's tripping Trigger up. You know, Rogue could have been fully saturated on 3 bases and then made some Lings. And that would have been more common pacing. But the Lings were made, then the drones, and this has caught Trigger unaware almost every single time. So even though it's not a tremendous amount of damage, it's all throwing Trigger's game out of whack. And the more that he feels the need to be defensive as well, the more that he's not going to scout something important like a Spire. That's pretty important. This is a very... I mean, this could actually even be seen as a greedy build, I would say. Ling only can be kind of sketch. There's a point where Trigger will start to produce army, and it will, in, you know, bulked together, will be better than Lings. And you're not going for any safety Roachwarren. It can be sometimes kind of greedy. In this case, I think it's totally fine. Trigger still not getting to a decent enough Stalker count to be threatening. At the very least, as short up his defenses, not going to let them back into the natural. Oracle see the 4th base. They see all the gases taken as well. Pretty quickly. Well, I shouldn't say all the gases. They see the 4th base gases really quickly. Obviously, they missed the natural in the 3rd, but that is enough. Yeah, it is enough. There you go. It is enough to alert him. He's going to immediately build a Phoenix as soon as he saw that. So he's not thinking, but he is getting constantly tripped up by these these Lings. Oh my god. Blink is done though. Lings do not quite have their +1, and they are going up against a shield battery and they got recharged, so they aren't going to win that fight. Trigger is going to have a hell of a game in front of him, though. 13 mutas are on the way, and while the Phoenix are being produced, it's frankly just annoying. Maybe he produced 1 or 2 Archons. He doesn't know for sure what his opponent is, like how much he's dedicating to the mutas. He's pretty damn sure it's, oh my god, why? He's pretty sure that it's mutas, but how much you're dedicating to it and how much they could be building in a ground army, that's in question. It is a lot of mutas. 17 mutas will be out very soon. Archons aren't formed to protect that 3rd base. Lings help clear out the natural as well. Oh, this is ugly, ugly, ugly. This would have been a totally fine, even dare say perfect game if the Lings weren't such dickheads. If bad things didn't happen, bad things wouldn't have happened. Okay? Yeah. He just took so much damage and was thrown so far off with these Lings, man. If he could get time, he might be able to recover 3 bases, but losing his Phoenix, losing his Oracles, losing his Stargate? Hopefully not. Could be depowered, though. Trigger really should have more army at this point. And yeah, he's just going to tap out. It's too ugly. It's just too ugly. He knows that behind this, Rogue's probably rich as hell. GG's. And now game 2. In the bottom right on Pylon, it is Rogue. And in the bottom left, or top left, it is Trigger. Such an ugly game, man. It all starts from the first Ling run by. Well, maybe the second one. The first Ling was just a scouting Ling. That is no problem. The second one was the Harbinger. You know? It's like I'm the foreshadowing. And it was ugly.
Twitch Prime sub received.
And I can't help but think,
for appeasing the
I know I
overnight.
said it plainly, but it still can't help but think that he was clearly still thinking correctly. There wasn't, usually when this type of thing happens, where lings get in, lings surround, oracles almost die, the whole game goes to shit. Like, the whole game. I don't scout the mutas, I don't think about the mutas, and I just die as soon as the first mutas show up. And, you know, or also, oh my god, the lings got in, and oh my god, I didn't start my third base. Oh, I'm so far behind. Usually it's really bad. And Trigger, even though at the end of the day that was not a good game for him, it still felt like his brain was intact, you know? If he had just not lost so much to the lings, the army. If he had lost either the army or the probes, if he kind of lost both multiple times to those lings, I feel like he actually had a chance in that game that wasn't maybe as indicative of there being a significant skill gap as some people might believe. But that doesn't keep you that warm at night if you end up losing. Rogue, once again, forced to take his second base at his third. Minor annoyances. Maybe Trigger will try something different. Maybe he'll try and get the first say in the game with Adepts. Certainly, playing a macro game where you are just more aware of their ling pressure would be fine as well. That does seem to be the option. Because really, it's, you know, second gateway comes down on time. Stalker fills the gap here. Stalker doesn't allow itself to be dragged out from the third base. And you have such a better position. And if you are also keeping your brain active, then you're also thinking, okay, well, what is the follow-up? What is the follow-up? Oh my god, it's mutas. And he would have been probably fine. Even when he tapped out, there being only a 50 supply difference was somewhat surprising. Just with how bad the rest of the game felt. But I don't know if Rogue would go mutas again. Maybe it depends on whether or not his lings actually cause problems. Already is looking better. No ling got in. The Adept is going to stay patiently at home. And so the Oracle will be properly controlled on the offensive. Second Oracle on the way. Third Nexus does come down. Oh, it just came down, and Lings are already on top of it. Doesn't look like it's enough Lings to out-DPS the health, though. Second Adept needs help. Pylon being prepared with the shield battery. Little, little micro. Oh, no! That was the one that was blocking! Fuck! Not again. And again, just to point this out, a lot of other Zerg players would not have made this many Lings. They would have taken the opportunity to build as many drones as possible. And that is maybe more often the Zerg that Trigger faces. It's possible. But Rogue has clearly identified a weakness. Oh, he just Link Queen all-inning. Oh, okay. Yeah, he has very much identified a weakness. The Oracle did not see this. It came home, which, I mean, it probably would have died in the middle of the map anyway if it did see it. But it hasn't seen this at all. Now, you know, if he cancels the third, I actually don't think this is unplayable. But if his natural gets broken too, then that's no good. Yeah, okay. So he's just gonna... Oh, I didn't cancel the third, though. Prioritizing getting that wall up, looks like, over canceling the third with limited time left. And Rogue sees that that's the plan and says, oh yeah, okay, fine, I'll take the third base. If he was continuing to all in and he was bashing 50 Lings up against a wall, Rogue could be making a mistake, but Rogue's droning, and so this is just a straight up victory. Oracles find an under-defended third. That's some good news, finally. Goes to town a little bit. 9 drones. No, he's gonna lose the Oracle. 9 drones should have been the freebie. Little miss micro there. Almost baiting him to get those Lings in. Trigger obviously wants to take his third base back as quick as possible. No! Oh, and after the first game, this would be one of those moments where you wouldn't even be surprised if Trigger tapped out. Not because it really is unplayable, it just feels terrible. But it is his last game in the GSL. Rogue has built up a good economy despite the drone losses from the Oracles. He is going into Ling Hydra, which Trigger will find very difficult to hold. Oh, a couple of freebie overlords. Blink's not done, Blink's not done, Blink's not done. Oh my god, no. Overlords are saved. Yeah, the Lings are going to be okay with this trade. And Rogue is not quite ready to bust out the Hydras, maybe, but just added on all these gases. And is almost ready. Blink is done with +1. Trigger gonna try and find any amount of damage that he can. But he doesn't have a Robo, and his Oracle's died, so he can't clear up the creep spread. Finds 1 active creep tumor. Little miracles. The army supply really isn't that different. Rogue should be a little scared of this. More stalkers are on the way. Creep spread reveals that too, but Rogue was just about to produce non-stop army. So this could have been worse. If Rogue had tried to saturate his base first with 7 more drones, this actually could have been very, very scary. But he was making army. The Hydras do come out with some queens to help. And there's no proxy. So even if Trigger kind of starts to win the tug of war, he won't really ever win it. What? Yep, maybe. Maybe. Hydras are bit of glass cannons. Lure the Lings. Gonna focus fire them down. More stalkers on the way. Desperately hoping that Rogue might have maybe made an army a little too late. 9 more Hydras are on the way, though. Hydra speed was done, and now Hydra range will also be done. Helping the defense here. Oh, man, also the high ground vision. I kind of forgot to account for that because the Oracle could usually be a part of this. And the Oracle being a part of this would actually be so big. The creep spread would have been cleaned up, so maybe Rogue wouldn't know for sure there's still an attack on the way. Not that I think he would have stopped building army. But then, more importantly, Stasis Trap could have been there. And a Stasis Trap that Rogue didn't see could have been the changing point of this game. If earlier on there's like 5 Hydras and 4 Queens left, and then the Queens were trapped, like that actually could have been the moment. And now the moment's gone. Moment's gone. Game's over. Rogue's gonna send all of his Lings and Hydras across the map while taking his 4th base and getting unsupply blocks. Phoenix is going to confirm that it is indeed pretty much just Ling Hydra, but he's got no splash, and it is difficult to take care of this. He's got a shield battery and a cannon to help him out. A couple of force fields trying to do their best as well. Guardian shield, though, not available. Recharge already used on maybe the potential to begin with. Aggressive blink forward, but that was a bit many. That was a bit much. Storm on the way, +2 over halfway done. Trigger's not going out without a fight. This is still a very playable game, but lurkers are on the way, and that might have been what the hallucination was trying to scout for. He's going to need another one, but he also needs to worry about an incoming attack, so he's going to hold on to the energy. I wonder if Trigger knows how playable this really is. It'd be so hard to tell in his position. He saw the 4th base only just now making. You know, he did see the technology wasn't exactly fast. I think he might actually have a good idea. Still a very scary position. But Rogue, not as ahead as he was hoping for. Not able to just go for the Ling Hydra follow-up to kill the guy. Could save on the pro, though. He's going to try and take a 4th base. Infestation Pit also on the way as Rogue completes his droning. Since he realizes an attack is not going to work out. I'm just thinking about the earlier stage of the game. I guess maybe you do leave the Nexus alive. Just so it buys time. I was just wondering if he would actually be ahead if he had canceled it, but now I'm like, maybe he would have, his natural would have been in more trouble. Back to the game at hand. Lurkers have appeared. Trigger is getting his way to a 4th base, although Rogue's Ling Hydra army is going to try and get that cancel, which I think it'll be successful in too. Observer is available, no Overseer to snipe that down. Trigger might even try and... Yeah, he's got to cancel that. Well, this guy, I don't know about concaving on this. It's still a decent amount of Lurkers. Nexus canceled. Nexus is going to be rebuilt. Some army getting distracted apart from this. Fleet Beacon is on the way. He's going to try and get maybe just a couple of air units to help out against these Lurkers. You can't really get much more, only on 1 Stargate. Rogue is on 69. Nice workers. 5th base should be coming down soonish. Although he is also trying to get to a hive, and he's probably going to get those lurker upgrades. Look at he split, so he can't really afford too much. He is not rich. Not rich at all. Storm's helping out this army quite a bit. The lurkers will make a slow advance. And that's still pretty damn scary. 11 lurkers slowly making their way forward. Trigger kind of reveals the potential. I'm not sure that was supposed to be like a back attack or what. Maybe just was supposed to try and catch some of the lurkers left on the left side. That didn't really work out. Juno Glance is on the way. Hydra Frenzy is on the way, as well as, of course, the lurker upgrades. Again, Rogue is not super rich, so he's not able to max out while doing this. Blink forward? Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't think Trigger realized how many lurkers there were. Yeah, that wasn't it. That was not it, but he does pull back in time. He can still recover. 4th base is up and running. First Tempest is on the way. Mothership as well. It's going to have +3 attack versus just +1 for a little while yet. Trigger is holding on. Just barely. Still not comfortable. It's still not a good attack. I don't really know if you ever break this with a ground army. I mean, I guess if you did have an army coming from the backside, if this was an actual surround, maybe. I would not trust it. That's 15 lurkers. About to be, what, 19 lurkers? 20. I don't know. Trigger's mama ship is here, and the Overseer was made. It's not going to win the day. Trigger really wants to get these lurkers to back off, but they're not backing off. Quite the opposite, in fact. They're going to actually continue their aggression off the left side, protect this 5th base. And Trigger is to decide either try and take out these ones while they're a little bit alone or go and defend his 4th, and he's got to defend his 4th. An ugly, ugly battle. Lots of pylons going down. Trigger getting supply blocked. 17 lurkers on the very front of your 4th base, man. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Those zealots got deleted. And the immortal shields are popped. And they are going down. Once those shields pop, immortals seem just as flimsy as anything else. So many lurkers are still alive. If he had brought the number down to 5, I think that would have been okay. But he, brought it down to 10. That's not okay, and he lost a lot of his own army. Unfortunately, there was some hope, but not enough. Rogue is gonna... Oh my God, Frenzy is incredible. Oh my God. Yeah, Rogue is gonna 2-0, and he will advance on with Maru. Trigger put up a good fight. Didn't come out last. Even somewhat recovered in this game. But that's it. Rogue comfortable on this. Is this a Rich Vespasian garrison? It is, yes. Jesus, Frenzy is so silly looking. My God. Trigger doesn't want to tap out, and he has got nothing else going for him. Can't even take this base. It's been creeped up since 9 minutes. Maybe because he has some air army, he's a little more confident, but there are corruptors now being built. 9 of them already on the field. Frenzy, Jesus. Good for dodging, good for dodging. More probes going down, not that they were really necessary. It's almost out of mining anyway. Couple freebies is nice. Rogue is just thinking about how to really end this one. He's got more upgrades on the way. He's actually only at +2 attack. Trying to get to +3 with the air flyer attack. Rich Vespian might be a goner. Trigger does find Rogue a little out of position. And with a 40 supply difference, about 30 of that in army, there is a chance for a Protoss army. 10 drones were also lost. Rogue not replacing that. Rogue's not exactly rich, man. He does not have a super comfortable bank. If he were to take some type of horrendous fight where he loses all of his lurkers, he would not replace those. He's gonna win the air war by the looks of things with 18 corruptors, but say the lurkers do die somehow, then Trigger could try and focus up on the ground game, and Rogue wouldn't be able to replace them. I don't know how the lurkers would die, though. They aren't going down. Time open the lurkers. Some of them will fall. Corruptors, though, going after... Oh, my God, everything's going after it. Rogue is coming in with a swarm, hoping that this is finally the battle that wins them the game, and I think it will be. Trigger tried his damnness, though. Stuck it in for almost 18 minutes. Maybes, what ifs, could have beens. But that is finally it. Down to the last little Archon there. And Trigger still doesn't want to leave because it is his last life. The Rogue has retaken his 5th. Still has some mining on his 4th at the very least. I mean, Rogue, obviously he's winning by a lot. But she's just like, I don't know if you would say that he played the absolute safest game in the situation. Doesn't matter. He wins. 2-0. Rogue advances with Maru, and that is Group B. All right, that's it. Group A and B done. Group C and D next week, I guess. Thanks for watching, guys. My throat's a little hoarse. Thanks for the subs. And I hope you enjoyed the casts. I will see you guys tomorrow for probably Warcraft 3 campaign. Yeah. Bye, guys. Have a good Thursday.